Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of CII and MSTC, I welcome you to this conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce. We're going to be starting very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We will first begin with the inaugural session, and thereafter, through the course of the day, we've got two panel discussions as well deliberating on themes such as facilitating the property auctions through e-commerce platforms and future prospects, as well as boosting the growth of the Indian real estate, fixing gaps through regulation, as well as revival and concerns in the sector. We're going to be starting, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly. We're supposed to start at 10:30 a.m. We're just waiting for a few more people to join us in. Our chief guest for this occasion, Shri Nagendra Sinha, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, is at the venue with us and he's going to be joining us anytime now. I'm going to request all those delegates who are still outside registering, may I request you to please join us as soon as you can in the room and take seats. And here's a polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to all of you once again. On behalf of CII and MSTC, I welcome you to this conference of great relevance and pertinence. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce. We're going to be starting with the inaugural session very shortly. The Honorable Chief Guest of the occasion, Shri Nagendra Sinha, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, is at the venue and he's going to be joining us any time now, which is why I urge all the esteemed delegates to please join us in the room and be seated. And here's a polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that your mobile phones are turned to the silent mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And we're going to be starting very shortly. And like I apprised you earlier, we're going to be starting with the inaugural session for the day, post which we have two panel discussions through the course of the day as well on facilitating the property auctions through e-commerce platforms and future prospects, and another one post lunch, boosting the growth of Indian real estate, fixing gaps through regulation and revival and concerns in the sector. We also have a buyer seller meet uh, after the conference, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to request you to please take seats. We're going to be starting very shortly. And once again, thank you for your cooperation and keeping those mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and we will start any time now. So I'm going to request our esteemed delegates who are still at the registration desk to please join us in the room and take seats. Since our Honorable Chief Guest for this occasion, Shri Nagendra Sinha, IS, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, is here at the venue May I invite you all to please take seats and then we will begin. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for helping us get the room in order. Please take seats, and another polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. And this goes out to my team here as well. Let's keep our mobile phones on silent. And we will start with the inaugural session very quickly. And after the inaugural session, ladies and gentlemen, through the course of the day, we've also got two very enlightening panel discussions. So may I invite you to please be seated? We will begin very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is here. Let's welcome our honorable chief guest in our midst, Shri Nagendra Nath Sinha, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Let us acknowledge his presence, and we express our immense gratitude to you, sir, for taking the time out and joining us. Namaskar, sir. Aapka bahut bahut swagat. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please take seats. Once again, a polite reminder to all of you to keep your mobile phones on silent. And with that, I extend a very warm welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen, to this CII MSTC conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce and the buyer-seller meet 2023. May I start by saying that the real estate industry has undergone significant policy changes at both the national and state levels in the recent years, and these changes have helped streamline the industry to a certain extent. Digitization has played a crucial role in the advancement of e auctions for real estate properties, and this practical approach is becoming increasingly popular for the sale or lease of various types of properties, including residential and commercial plots, houses, commercial spaces, and agricultural lands. And it is particularly useful for the government, public sector units, and departments to monetize properties involved in legal disputes, insolvency cases, or mortgages. And e auctions utilize technology to improve transparency, efficiency, and convenience throughout the auction process. One outstanding platform for e-auctions is the MSTC's e-commerce platform, formerly known as the Metal Scrap Trade Corporation Limited. And in light of these advancements, the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and MSTC are partnering to organize this conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce and the buyer-seller meet 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to very briefly introduce the organizers of this conference. The Confederation of Indian Industry is dedicated to promoting the development of India by collaborating with industry, government, and civil society. With over 125 years of experience, CII actively works to transform India's industrial engagement by advising the government on policy issues, connecting with influential thinkers, and facilitating efficiency and business opportunities for the industry. CI also serves as a platform for consensus building and networking on very important matters. And as India plans for the future, CI recognizes that industry competitiveness, sustainability, and global leadership are crucial for the country's progress and success. With numerous offices and partnerships worldwide, CII serves as a valuable resource for the Indian industry and the global business community. MSTC Limited, a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSC under the Ministry of Steel, Government of India, a leading e-commerce public sector enterprise established in 1964, MSTC has played a significant role in driving the country's economic development through its innovative e-commerce solutions. Today, MSTC provides B2B, G2B, and B2C e-commerce services across various industries, including online auctions, e-procurement, e-sales management, and personalized software solutions. The MSTC e-commerce portal adheres to CVC guidelines, the IT Act, and very relevant amendments as well. And certified by STQC, MSTC has become an integral part of the Indian e-commerce landscape, known for its transparency, efficiency, and sustainability. It is a trusted and strategic partner for businesses and government agencies, demonstrating its resilience and adaptability in the modern market. We once again extend our earnest gratitude and a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Shri Nagendra Nath Sinha, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. And we request you, sir, to please lead us at the lamp lighting ceremony. May I also request our esteemed dignitaries, Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, MSTC, Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman, CII, Delhi Subcommittee on Infrastructure, Real Estate and Urban Development and co-founder, Unity Group, Mr. Arun Kumar Srivastava, Member, Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority, and Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry, to please help us light the ceremonial lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, it is customary in India. Let's have a round of applause. Yes. It is customary in India to begin any significant program with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. When we light the inaugural lamp, we often chant the shloka Shubham Karoti Kalyanam, Arogyam Dhana Sampada, Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya, Deepa Jyotir Namostute, which translates to We pray to you, Lord of Light, Goddess of Knowledge Saraswati. We pray to you for abundance, prosperity, good health, joy, and the destruction of an inimical mind. We thank our esteemed dignitaries for lighting the ceremonial lamp on the occasion of the CII MSTC conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce and buyer-seller meet. And of course, our esteemed senior officials from MSTC also joining us. I request you to also give us a group photo opportunity with the lamp. Thank you once again, esteemed dignitaries, for lighting the inaugural lamp. And may I request you to please give us a photo opportunity? Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to request Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, MSTC, to please bring the esteemed dignitaries, our chief guest, and our eminent dignitaries to kindly join us on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting with the inaugural session. So I invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. Our chief guest, Shri Nagendra Nath Sinha, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman, CII Delhi Subcommittee on Infrastructure, Real Estate and Urban Development, and co-founder of Unity Group, Mr. Arun Kumar Srivastava, Member, Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority. We have with us, of course, Mr. Babu Khan as well, our Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, MSTC. With that, we will begin with the inaugural proceedings of the CII MSTC Conference on Real Estate Synergy, Unveiling Opportunities Through E-Commerce and Buyer-Seller Meet 2023. But before the proceedings, of course, may I request CMD MSTC, Mr. S.K. Gupta, to please present plants as a mark of welcome. So, sir, we request you to first present a plant to our chief guest. Can we have the plant, please? So we request you to please extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Shri Nagendra Nath Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. And Shri Gupta, I request you to please present a plant to welcome Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman, CII Delhi Subcommittee on Infrastructure, Real Estate and Urban Development and co-founder, Unity Group. And I request you, sir, to please welcome Mr. Arun Kumar Srivastava, Member, Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a louder round of applause as we welcome our esteemed dignitaries? Thank you very much. Mr. Gupta, may I also request you to please welcome Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry. There he is. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen, in our midst. And now I'm going to request Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry, to please welcome Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, MSTC, with a plant. Thank you very much for doing the honors, Mr. Gupta and Mr. Khan. And with that, we begin with the inaugural proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. So may I take the privilege of now requesting Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry, to render the welcome address and also set the context for this conference. Please help me welcome him to the podium with a round of applause. Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, CII.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great privilege and honor for me to commence the proceedings of this conference, and I do so by extending a very, very warm welcome to our distinguished guest this morning, Mr. Nagendra Nath Sinha, Secretary, Minister of Steel, Government of India. Sir, thank you so much for gracing the occasion and joining us today and being in our midst today. I am equally honored in welcoming Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, MSTC, Mr. Arun Kumar Srivastava, Member, Warehousing Development Regulatory Authority. I, on behalf of CII, convey my sincere thanks for their kind presence, guidance, and support to this very niche conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce. I also welcome my colleague, Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman, CII Delhi Subcommittee on Infrastructure, Real Estate and Urban Development, and co-founder, Unity Group. The objective of this conference is twofold. One is creating awareness about the e-auctioning platform that is acting like an enabler in the transparent selling and buying of the immovable assets and distressed land parcels. And second is to really facilitate a connect between MSTC and the real estate developers to promote usage of this very unique platform, which is a win-win for all. While you will hear from our distinguished speakers about the importance of this platform for real estate sector, let me share my thoughts very, very briefly as a precursor to the discussion. Driven by the factors such as increasing urbanization, expanding economy, rising incomes, and growing middle class, the real sector is really growing rapidly over the last 2, 3 years. And as per some projections, and I just read actually yesterday only, that real estate sales is expected to touch almost US $1 trillion by 2030. Though, so it's a huge surge in the real estate sector. There are players across India. There are big players, but this sector is also fragmented by having players from middle and small segments. Real sector India has witnessed a significant regulatory reforms also. I mean, either it's a ERA or GST, which have really helped bringing transparency and accountability. We'll come across the news. However, still we come across, the news of stalled and distressed projects. I understand in NCR itself, there are 51 projects which are in insolvency. There could be many reasons for such distressed assets, including lack of demand, shortage of resources, or for that matter, wrong planning and projection by the builders. However, to boost the confidence of consumers and maintain a healthy growth momentum in the real estate sector, it is very, very critical that we have a positive regulatory framework and equally important to have avenues to resolve the issue of distressed assets in the sector. And in this context, platform like MSTC come into the picture offering a viable and effective solutions for the resolution of stressed and solvency properties. MSTC has created a dedicated portal for the listing and auctioning of stressed and solvent properties, which will benefit all builders, lenders, and consumers. We in CII welcome this initiative, and we sincerely hope that it will help resolve issues of distressed assets, create positive sentiments in the market, boost the confidence of investors as well as buyers, and overall help build the growth momentum in the real estate sector further. With these few words, I once again welcome you all and our distinguished speakers on the dais and look forward to working very closely with MSTC to take this initiative forward, to popularize this initiative and build a it build a strong awareness about this MSTC. Sir, we have a very large national committee on real estate headed by Neil Raheja from Raheja Developers. I would request that, in our next meeting, if we could also have a presentation on this platform where we have almost 2025 top builders across India. It will be really very good to have that presentation in the committee and involve those builders also with this initiatives. With this, I once again thank you and thank you for your support and all the best for this conference. CI is committed for this. CI is very concerned, and we were very concerned some time back about the distressed assets in the real estate sector. But of course, real estate sector has now come up. There is a huge demand in all the segments of the real estate sector. But I'm sure this particular initiative will also help addressing the issue of distressed assets which are still there in the market. So thank you so much, sir, and thank you everybody for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for rendering the welcome address and also the insightful remarks and for setting the context for this very significant conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a short yet very important audio visual on MSTC. So I request your attention on the screens, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have the AV, please?
MSTC Limited, a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE under the administrative control of the Ministry of Steel, Government of India since 1964, has become an epitome in the field of digital India in the recycling and commercial sector. MSTC is synonymous with scrap recycling, with the motto, generate wealth from waste. In this millennium, MSTC has converted the traditional scrap disposal to a smart e-commerce system. MSTC has emerged as the preferred service provider for various government and government-controlled entities. MSTC has the expertise in conducting e-auction of property and immovable assets of sick or loss-making CPSEs. The dedicated portal serves for both sale and lease for various esteemed organizations. MSTC is conducting e-auctions of NPAs of scheduled and nationalized banks on a specially developed e-bidding platform named e-Bikray Portal. MSTC has become the service provider to Government of India for its flagship schemes like e-auction portal for allotment of coal mines for commercial mining. MSTC has also developed bidding platforms for auction of leases for various minor mineral blocks, portal for Department of Telecom for allocation of 4G and 5G spectrum through e-auction, e-solution for import and export of petroleum product, Deep discovery of efficient electricity price portal, an e-procurement platform for power procurement module for power purchase agreements, e-bidding platform for selection of airline operators under the Regional Connectivity Scheme for Ministry of Civil Aviation under UDAN for various state governments towards selection of sand operators, etc. ELV auction. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has mandated to use MSTC's auction portal for channelizing and selling of end-of-life vehicles owned by the central and state government departments. MSTC is also facilitating individual ELV owners for sale of their old vehicles. MSTC, through MMRPL, a joint venture company with Mahindra Group, has also forayed into ELV and white goods recycling sector. MSTC persistently works with utmost transparency and fairness to achieve new ventures.
Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for your attention to that audio visual. And with that, Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege of requesting Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, MSTC, to deliver his address. But before that, allow me to, ladies and gentlemen, take a minute to introduce him to you very briefly. Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta brings with him an impressive 31 years of experience and has been instrumental in designing, development, and rolling out of e-procurement and e-auction for Indian Railways while in Center for Railway Information Systems. In 2019, Shri Gupta had assumed the charge of Chairman and Managing Director in MSTC, one of the leading PSU entity engaged in providing e-commerce services across diversified industry segments. And after becoming the CMD, he emphasized on providing technology-based solutions to central government projects like 4G, 5G, spectrum auction, major mineral block auction, coal mine block, to name a few. In addition to that, he's been working as chairman and managing director and chairman in Ferro Scrap Nigam Limited, which is a 100% subsidiary, and also working as chairman since 2020 in Mahindra MSTC Recycling Private Limited, which is a JV company. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, chairman and managing director, MSTC, to please deliver his address and also present a concise overview through a presentation on MSTC. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Babu Khan, for setting the contest for today's conference. Respected Shri N. Sinha ji, Secretary Steel, Government of India, Mr. Arun Kumar Shrivast, Member, Warehousing Regulation Development Authority, Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman, Subcommittee on Real Estate and Infrastructure, Mr. Babu Khan, and all distinguished guests present in this hall. It's my pleasure to welcome you all this event for bringing the buyers and sellers together and bringing a synergy, fill in the gaps in expectations of both the stakeholders. MSTC has been a bridge between buyer and sellers for Government of India's various flagship projects. MSTC, which was established in 1964, it was basically a canalizing agent for export of scrap. With the change in timings, as per the need of our, MSTC has been transforming its business. With the OGL, Open General License, coming, then relevance of license was irrelevant. MSTC got into trading. From the experience of scrap, MSTC was acting as agency for selling of scrap through through auctions for various government departments, various public sector units. In 2002, it was a significant baby step which was taken by MSTC when it started its first e-auction for sale of scrap. So that is more than 20 years back. In 2004, MSTC started coal auctions, and after that, it has never looked back. All coal mines, all major mineral mines, many state governments, minor minerals, I can say any commodity, starting from a simple item like hair at Tripti Balaji to spectrum. So MSTC has the capacity to facilitate buying and selling of any commodity. The objective of this meet is to display the MSTC capabilities to both the stakeholders specific to the real estate sector. Just to give a brief overview, apart from this type of e-auctions that we are doing, we have a dedicated portal for e-procurement also, which is STQC certified. As we have seen in the video, we have done various flagship projects for Government of India. One project I will specifically mention is EXIM portal for petroleum products. That's an import and export for all the byproducts for petroleum industry. We first did that project for Indian Oil Company, IOC. After that, ONGC group companies, they showed their interest, and now we have a robust platform for import and export of their petroleum byproducts as per the need of the companies. Now we are in active discussion with them for developing a portal for import of crude oil also. So there are so many schemes where we have converted the physical processes to electronic processes, which has basically facilitated transparency, fairness, and ease of doing business also. As far as the property is concerned, Department of Public Enterprise has mandated in 2014 that all immovable assets of sick and loss making CPSCs will be sold on MSTC platform. And so many companies like BSNL, MTNL, and Air India, so many companies are selling their assets on MSTC platform. We have more than 50 mostly government departments who are selling the properties on MSTC portal. This is the list of few of these major clients. For the first time, we have entered into agreement with the Mahindra World City SEZ, Jaipur. So, for the private sector, we are developing a platform. This agreement is signed only last week, where they will be selling their real estate on MSTC portal. As far as the scrap and other commodities are concerned, primarily we are a service provider for Government of India, CPSC, state governments, but many big names in the industry like L&T, Reliance, Indus Tower, Airtel, ArcelorMittal, Vedanta. So all these big companies are using MSTC services for selling of their scrap, for their iron ore, minerals. So it's not only the government which has shown confidence, trust in our fair and transparent bidding platform, even the private sector relies on us. Apart from the transparency, fairness it brings, MSTC has a large buyer base also. So the sellers are able to get the best price for their products when they are doing the transactions or facilitating the buying and purchase from the MSTC portal. MSTC has the expertise in sale and lease. Leasing also we are doing for various port trusts. Primarily, of course, it is sale. It may be a residential property, it may be a commercial property, flat, independent house, agriculture land, storage space. Every kind of property is sold on MSTC portal. Just to give a figures on the for the audience, for last 3.5 years, we have sold around 4 to 6, 8 crores worth of properties. These are the properties other than the scheduled banks NPAs. Here also we are increasing the volumes. Last year it was 1136 crore. This year we have already sold the properties till November worth 1631 crore. So more and more principals are coming to us for selling their property on MSTC portal. Similarly, for the bank assets, these are the leasing property. There the portfolio is relatively small. These are the banks for which we are doing the sale of NPA properties, all scheduled commercial banks. And if we see the volume, so last 3.5 years we have sold the properties worth around 24,000, 25,000 crores. If we see the third column, it's around 25,000 crore properties worth we have sold, and the number is quite large. 25,000, more than 20,000, 25,000 properties, and the properties are high value also. I mean, the highest value is around 224.5 crore. If we take combine both the figures, there are many properties which are above 100 crore rupees, and there are smaller properties also, especially for the banks NPAs. The smaller properties are also there. MSTC presence is largely in B2B sector. Bank NPAs are the first sector where we have dealt with the individual customer also. So with these kind of expertise, experience in the properties auctions, MSTC can facilitate buyers and sellers to bring them closer so that their businesses can move ahead with all fairness and transparency. MSTC can sell the properties from the way the sellers desire. Some sellers prefer only the tendering, some prefer auctions, some prefer tendering followed by auctions also. So whatever is the procedure or methods decided by the organizations, MSTC provides that kind of facilities for individual organizations. Many times there are certain restrictions for the sellers also. Some state governments may want that only my residents of that state will participate in the auction. So those kind of facilities are also inbuilt in our system. So where we can have certain pre-qualified criteria for the buyers also. Today for the we are basically believe in the ease of doing business. So we have designed a web page where all the properties which are being sold on the MSTC platform are bought on the single portal. We'll be requesting our chief guest for launching that web page. Apart from that, we understand that customer is very important. Presently, whenever somebody is doing a transaction, there is certain difficulty, certain issues that we need to address for the stakeholders. We had a customer care or help desk. Our officers were providing services support through email as well as the phone calls also. Last year, we launched IVRS platform with after thorough study of the systems, what kind of problems bidders are facing, sellers are facing, so that those gaps are plugged. Today we'll be requesting our chief guest for inauguration of a portal for ticket raising system, so that we bring the things in a very structured way as per the current industry standards. Ministry of Steel, under whose administrative control MSTC is working, has been always very supportive, and our secretary has always been guiding us on various issues and also helping us wherever we are facing any difficulty. In the end, I'll say that these stakeholders, buyers and sellers, both are present here. We will be seeking their guidance, their advice, and will make all the efforts to meet their concerns, their expectations, so that we offer better services for our stakeholders. I hope the last two sessions after this inaugural session are more interactive sessions. So the people will be free to express their views, which will help us to improve our systems, and your feedback, your guidance will be of much importance to us. So please feel free to raise your concerns. Then only the objective of this conference will be met for us. So once again, thank you everybody for sparing your valuable time, and our chief guest and all the guests on stage. Thank you everybody.
Thank you very much, sir, for the enlightening overview on MSTC. MSTC indeed has become a cornerstone of the Indian e-commerce landscape, and it is the unwavering dedication to transparency, efficiency, and sustainability that positions MSTC as a reliable and strategic partner for government agencies and businesses alike. Thank you very much, sir, for your address. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to request our chief guest, Mr. Nagendra Nath Sinha, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to please lead some key launches on this very important occasion. We request you, sir, to please take the remote, press the button, and launch first the MSTC web page of property e-auctions. This web page, ladies and gentlemen, has details of the properties being auctioned through MSTC. Thank you very much, sir, for doing the launch of the MSTC web page of property e-auctions. We now request you, sir, to please launch the MSTC ticket raising system, and I request you to press the button. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on the portal, once the buyer logs in, the buyer can actually click on the raise a ticket. There it is.
MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Nagendra Nath Sinha, IS Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, for launching the portal as well as the ticket raising system of MSTC. And as you saw, ladies and gentlemen, on the portal, once the buyer logs in, the buyer can click on the raise a ticket button available on their dashboard and conveniently raise tickets. So thank you once again, sir, for the launches. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce and then invite Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman, CII Delhi Subcommittee on Infrastructure, Real Estate, Urban Development, and the co-founder of the Unity Group, for his address. He is an enterprising techno-commercial individual and leader by virtue. He has close to 26 to 27 years of experience in the real estate industry. He also very staunchly believes and keeps faith in the principle that great work is performed not by strength but by perseverance. His core strength lies in architectural direction, project execution, and construction technology. He's also an avid reader and has a very strong business sense and a foresight that keeps him ahead in these changing times. Please help me welcome to the podium Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman, CI Delhi Subcommittee on Infrastructure, Real Estate, Urban Development, and co-founder Unity Group. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Honorable Shri Sinha ji, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Surinder Gupta sir, MD, MSTC, Mr. Arun Srivastav sir, CRDA, member CRDA, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It's a great honor to arrange and platform a meeting with the MSTC through CII. As we all know that CII always provide a platform or a bridge between the industry and the government platforms and government you can say different uses. So a very quick brief on the real estate industry. First of all, I must congratulate MSTC on completing 60 years of you can say their existence, completing Diamond Jubilee next year 2024, and this auspicious occasion they are launching this e-platform also. It's a great opportunity for real estate sector to you can say be present on these type of sectors. Real estate industry is growing, you can say, with the help of vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. As we all know that our Honorable Prime Minister has established a set a target of $5 trillion economy by 2030, and real estate sector will uh, play a role of around 1 trillion out of that 5 trillion economy. And we all are very happy to know that recently we crossed 4 trillion 2 3 days back. This is much ahead of the target of the prime minister. We all know that real estate sector provides the second largest employment in the country after the agriculture, plays a big role in all different parts of industry and different parts of you can say establishments. Real estate sector was in little of bad shape, particularly in the Delhi NCR during the last 4 5 years before the RERA came in. RERA played a big role in regulating the real estate sector, and there are around 2.5 lakh houses available in Delhi NCR which are still lying unsold. I will not say that those are due to you can say only default of that some sub segment or developer or something. There were many issues in those sectors, but thanks to the government of India that recently a committee was formed by the chairmanship of Amitabh Kant sir, and they can say provided a very good solution for solving those 2.5 lakh houses. So as we were discussing, as we were observing that MSTC sold around 30,000 crore worth of real estate through e-auction. It's a great platform, great opportunity to sell our products through the MSTC platform. Though out of 30,000, 20,000 are bank NPAs, and I will not say that those are only all the real estate bad assets. Those are some of them must be the assets by the industrial people also. It's not the real estate sector, those in the bad shape, and they all are, you can say, selling 25,000 crores through e-auction. Real estate assets are, you can say, the assets by any of the industry, all the companies, all the industry. Those assets are not the real estate asset. Those assets are asset by those companies. So it's a great opportunity for not only the real estate sector, for all the other assets also, all the other sectors also to use this platform. Being a government platform, it gives very transparent and very fair way to sell your product through this e-commerce. We were just observing that not only the real estate, MSTC were selling like coal, like old vehicles, and even the spectrum. And sir was saying that even the hairs. So they have the capacity and ability to sell each and every type of products. Real estate sector is very happy, very pleased. You can say very, you can say happy to use this platform. We'll also request all the industry people to come forward and to use this platform and to take this to the buyer in very transparent way, to take your products to assets to the right way. Real estate sector is now coming back to the track. There is no doubt about that. Even we are needing around 2 crore houses every year for the next 5 years. This is the kind of, you can say, kind of volume we are expecting. Even the commercial states are coming in a big way. MNCs companies are now coming to the country, and lots of office space are required. Lots of retail space are required now, despite the products selling on the e-platform like Amazon and Flipkart. We are looking a great, you can say, rise in demand for the retail real estate sector also. And various type of, you can say, real estates are now available, as MSTC is also available in leasing. That's also a very big sector. It's not a selling only. MSTC is also in leasing. So nowadays in a retail real estate sector, like a mall we have developed in, you can say, in Dwarka, around 10 crores rentals per month is signed in a retail mall. So retail leasing is also a big segment, and MSTC will certain help us in various platforms, selling, leasing good assets, NPAs, and multiple type of assets. So I will also, you can say, bring to the notice of the general friends that now real estate sector is coming in a second generation. We are now using great technology in terms of construction technology, in terms of, you can say, safeties, in terms of good material, in terms of various equipments and other aspects also, because large volumes are now coming. In earlier days, around 100 kilometer concrete was casted in one day, and now you can say some projects we are casting around 10,000 kilometer even. It's a huge change in the real estate sector, and for those type of, you can say, growth, we are looking for new technology, innovations idea, different platform, different way to take this volume to the next level. And I'm sure MSTC will help us in a great, can say, in meeting the customer in a very transparent way, and will help us the entire industry to take our products to the real buyer. As Gupta sir said, they are earlier B2B, and now they are coming to the B2C also. So B2C means the customer will get direct product from the MSTC on a very fair, transparent way. So I'm very happy, and thanks to MSTC from the industry also, that it's a great opportunity for all of us to launch our products through the MSTC platform. And it's a great opportunity, great, you can say, help to the buyer also to buy their products, to buy their requirement, their assets through MSTC platform, which we assure will be a very transparent and fair way. So thank you very much. Thank you, MSTC. Thank you, Sinha sir, for sparing time. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming in the early morning working hours. And I'm sure our next session will be very interactive, very helpful to understand more about the MSTC and their platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very compelling address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce and then invite Mr. Arun Kumar Srivastava, Member, Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority, for his address. Shri Arun Kumar Srivastava, ladies and gentlemen, comes down with an impressive professional background in various leadership positions. He has served as the Managing Director of Central Warehousing Corporation and Central Railside Warehouse Corporation under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Additionally, he has also held key portfolios in leadership positions like Chief Engineer, Northern Railways, Executive Director, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, and Chief Technical Officer, Pipavav Railway Corporation, and Executive Director, Container Corporation of India. It is a pleasure to invite you to the podium, sir. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, Mr. Arun Kumar Srivastava, Member, Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority.
Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, Shri N.N. Sinha, Secretary Ministry of Steel, Mr. Bansal, Mr. Babu Khan, Mr. S.K. Gupta, and delegates. A very good morning once again. It's really my proud privilege to be part of today's conference. I heartily thank CMD Sri S.K. Gupta for inviting me to this program. I also congratulate MSTC for organizing this wonderful event at a very opportune time. My association with the MSTC dates back when I was CMD Central Warehousing Corporation. At that time, we had launched Agri e-auction portal by name e-Rakam. We also had a forward auction warehousing services in association with MSTC. I strongly believe that digitization of real estate and its transaction will bring lot of traction to the real estate business because IT doesn't mean only IT, it has inbuilt integrity and transparency in the system. Today, all of us are addicted to Amazon, Big Basket, Flipkart, Zomato, and we are buying everything on a click of button with our mobile phones. So I feel that MSTK can take cue from e-commerce company, clearing corporation, commodity portal, and exchange related warehouses in order to provide services to the buyer and seller on click of button with all the information available from both the sides. As it has already been said that there is a great e-auction platform available with the MSTC, but I have a feeling that e-commerce of real estate is missing in the real sense in India. Unlike the developed countries where we can find all relevant data, all means all, year of construction, last set price, tax paid, encumbrance, owner details, builder, listing agent, sellers and buyers, they are all available in the public domain. With the real estate, like some of the things that I came to know is Zillow, realtor.com, or MLS, we can find any data of that particular property. True real estate data is not available in public domain in India, maybe due to various reasons. But MSTC can innovate in this area and go beyond the government setup to achieve this goal. And I'm sure MSTC, which is primarily now an IT company, can bring paradigm shift in itself as well as for the real industries. It can further transform itself into e-commerce company for the real estate and its present state of a e-auction platform, and it will be useful for the buyer and sellers. Most of the real estates are fraught with fear of the cost, quality, and timeliness of the delivery of the real estates. I feel that this e-auction may eliminate fear and restore confidence among the sellers and buyers. To allay the fears of the buyers, I feel that MSTC can join hands with the big private sector industries in the real estate, or we can also say with the NBCC, to play to their strength and maximize the gains out of this. We all know that real estate means not only land but the natural artificial land. We have seen that they are doing the e-auction of the coal and 5G and oils, buildings, everything. And we also know that population of the India by 2050 may be around 1.7 billion, and around 60% people will be staying in the urban areas. So as such, the real estate is going to be a very critical component for becoming India's #1 economy. In this background, MSTC and the real estate industry can synergize to encash this opportunity and to be part of the India's growth trajectory. Future of all well-developed and regulated real estate hinges on timely discovery of real estate value and adopting certain innovative customer value creations. I am sure MSDC with the help of the real industry and the PSUs can play a very pivotal role in this. I have just jotted down a few points to ponder for the MSTC and the real estate from a different perspective, that thousands of crores of the dead parcels are available with the government organization and may be available with the private organization too. How we can maximize these for the commercial utilization of all the underutilized or unutilized? How can we create value for the customer in the real estate? Can MSTC become Amazon for the real estate? Can e-auction of the real estate help all to gain out of it? I am sure that this conference will help in networking buyer and seller for the sale and lease of the properties. As spoken before me, the landscape of the property auction is changing very fast. Each bid is different. It is really a feeling that, and I am very sure that MSTC will continue to play a crucial role in transparent and efficient manner to all. I am also confident that MSTC in association with other real estate industry and PS will redefine certain industry standards in this direction. I hope today's program will clear many doubts. I wish today's program a big success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your insightful and encouraging address. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to introduce very briefly our Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Nagendra Nath Sinha, IS, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, though he does not need an introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I would definitely like to say that he is an esteemed senior officer of the Indian Administrative Service, and prior to his current position, he held charge of the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Sinha has held various significant positions, including Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Chairman, NHAI, Managing Director, National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, New Delhi, Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development, Government of Jharkhand, and many more. Mr. Sinha has played a very pivotal role in the successful implementation of several noteworthy projects for the Government of India, which include the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, the Zojila Tunnel, the Dhubri-Phulbari Bridge, Universal Electronic Tolling, just to name a few. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, let's welcome our chief guest to the podium, Mr. Nagendra Nath Sinha, IS Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Welcome.
Mr. S.K. Gupta, Chairman and Managing Directors, MSTC, Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman Unity Group and Chairman of the Delhi State Subcommittee of the CII in the Real Estate, Mr. Srivastav, Member WDRA, Mr. Khan, and esteemed dignitaries in the House. Let me start with a disclaimer. I don't know anything about the real estate. and therefore, for me to talk much about the real estate wouldn't be possible. But I know something about the economic theory. And economic theory tells us that whenever we are able to bring more efficiency in the way transactions are conducted, if we are able to bring transparency in the way the transactions are conducted, this leads to efficiency in the economy. Therefore, it's a welcome development for the real estate sector uh, in recent times over 20, 30 years when many path breaking developments have taken place, and these have really brought us to a stage where real estate is playing a big role as it should be. As per some data which was brought out by uh, IBF, that is the Indian Brand Equity Foundation, I'll read them out. Some of them were read by, informed by the previous speakers. For example, real estate market is likely to reach about uh, volume of about $1 trillion by 2030. I'm also told that it will reach about 5.8 trillion USD by 2047, which will contribute about 15.5% of the GDP as against an existing share of 7.3. Uh, again, the rapid urbanization is a key to that because most of people coming to the urban areas would require homes, offices, warehouses, and things like that. And therefore, the contribution of the real estate to the economy will continue to grow up. So I'm not emphasizing this point any further, other than saying that the real estate is a very important sector in terms of its value to the economy, in terms of the employment that it creates, and in terms of the conditions of living and the uh, 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 base for conducting business in terms of office states, warehouses, and things like that. Now, to give you one example of the phenomena that I just mentioned, think of what Airbnb does. Airbnb takes up residential assets or other such assets and allows others to use them when they are not being used by residents. So therefore, Airbnb is an example of putting the assets to a better use without growing the stock of assets. I mean, you're not creating hotel rooms, you're not creating, say, for example, uh, garages or any such thing put out on the. But yet, the level of economic activity in the economy increases. So I think the uh, electronic platforms, aggregator platforms do such things, and I believe Indian real estate should also develop in this manner. The other thing which was mentioned by Mr. Srivastav, and it's an important thing for us to ponder and maybe for CII to take up. Uh, maybe MSTC could also provide a base paper for that. Is the complete integration of all the stakeholders in the real estate sector, from those who survey the land, from those who act as brokers, uh, uh, those who value the land and provide various services which are then the other thing of providing identity to all the real estate assets. Uh, uh, if every asset is, say, uh, geolocated, then it becomes easy for us to put a tag to that. If they are not, then it becomes difficult. Uh, and you can put an address, you can send articles, etc. It becomes easy to attach various pieces of information to that. So that's also an important thing. And since multiple stakeholders are involved, so therefore we need to have a blueprint by which we should be able to integrate. I think if bodies like CII are able to bring this together, then it would be a great service to the private sector players which are there who will benefit, and also to the economy. Because see, if an asset is partly used, the economy does not benefit as much. If asset is better used, the economy benefits. So uh, the argument is that let's by putting it all together, let's increase the level of utilization of the asset, uh, velocity of transmission or velocity of transfer of assets, transparency in assets, better price discovery, all of that, it becomes easy. And uh, although MSTC is limited to largely government organization and some private organization, yet it has tried to do what we just mentioned to the those spaces, and has with good results. And so big congratulations to MSTC, sir, for having brought this about. You are in your golden jubilee, I mean, diamond jubilee year, and I think it's a good way of celebrating the diamond jubilee year by participating and hosting this great event. Uh, One thing which I am quite proud of, being the secretary of the ministry, which is the administrative ministry of MSTC, is that unlike other PSUs, which generally remain in the same line of business, this organization has reinvented itself, as was mentioned by uh, not only once but thrice. Started out as a canalizing agent for the export of ferrous scrap, became a trading house, became an agency for auction of scrap, and now it's a complete e-commerce solution provider. Uh, It, in, I mean, we hear of this in cases of startups and some private organization, but for a PSU to reinvent themselves, it's something unique, and I think it should be studied, and it is worthy of emulation, not only by PSUs but also by private sector people. So maybe I hope that this organization will continue to reinvent itself and be asset light, so that you are not logged in into one particular form of business. And I think this came probably naturally to you, but keep on reinventing yourself. Many suggestions have been provided to you by uh, the speakers, and today, when you interact with colleagues, there will be many more. Uh, you informed us that your company started e-auction way back in 2002, and you moved from physical auction to e-auction when the internet penetration itself was quite low. Today, we are seeing about 70-80% in internet penetration, and when I guess it must be about a percent or so. And then you thought of moving to the e-commerce. That was a visionary step, and I think that is one of the reasons why most state governments and most public sector organizations and the government ministries depend on you for carrying out different re- uh, uh, e-auctions or e-commerce related transactions. And what feels particularly gratifying is that you are able to conduct transactions for various types of assets. So that is quite remarkable because auctioning coal, auctioning mineral blocks is one thing. Auctioning uh, the spectrum is something else. And I'm told that this auction is based on the theory of Nobel laureates who won the Nobel Prize, I think in 2021, if I'm not wrong. So very leading cutting edge work by uh, MSTC, who were able to put those thoughts into the implementation of their auction program, and they continue to innovate. And we saw in different products, petroleum products, coal, hair, which it was generated out of the shaved hair in the Tirupati temple. There's something else about which I want to speak. I also wrote to the different ministries and the state governments. Uh, they work with the state governments for their industrial parks, and whatever scraps and other such products get generated by those parks, they are all aggregated and then uh, uh, processed and auctioned. So this brought profit to the Daman and Diu, I guess. Daman and Diu administration. Uh, so this is another area in which MSTC has been offering its expertise. And I think now it is the time when you should think of becoming an aggregator and also participating with other real estate players. I mean, for example, I wanted to sell my house and I went to one such online platform. Despite waiting there for about 3 months, I found it difficult. And then we had local agents who were able to configure it quite properly. So I think we need to have a bridge whereby both people who have the local knowledge, people who are able to bring the uh, knowledge of the economic e-commerce on the electronic platforms and adopt the interconnectedness that gets generated out of various kind of aggregator platforms with great thought on how user wants to experience uh, the way transactions ought to be conducted on different platforms. Now, each one of us has become quite sophisticated. 20 years ago, if you asked 20 years ago, if one had asked us uh, about the user experience on the different portals, uh, one was not bothered as long as one was able to get information. Nowadays, because of the proliferation of information and because one has got used to good quality websites, it has become important for us to value this aspect. And uh, so, maybe UI UX issues uh, will be taken care of, and probably, I mean, I'm sure it has already been done. but more emphasis on how can we improve UI UX issues, how can we personalize the interaction of the participant or the user to the platform. And it's not a general platform where you are one of the list, but the interaction that you have with the platform is unique to you. How can we use the social media to not only inform them but to reach out to each one of the uh, participants who are logged into us, and also those who are not registered with us. So I think some of these issues would certainly be important, as would also be important to increase your capacities in terms of integrating technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. Uh, uh, in the end, I would like to not only congratulate but also request both the CII and MSTC to work together for uh, evolving a real estate in times to come, which is efficient, which is transparent, which is able to stamp out the cash economy that we have. And all of us have read RBI's report on which says that the cash in circulation has increased from whatever it had been earlier. As a, and real estate is one area where it is quite high. So, that, I mean, well, it may be good for some people, but for economy, it's certainly not good to the extent that it is now. And so, uh, how can we ensure that the entire value of the economy and the transactions happening there gets captured and is available on the public domain? We are able to analyze and take various policy decisions. So thank you very much, and best wishes to you for this organizing this very important buyer seller meet and discussion on the real estate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for such an impactful and inspiring inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request you to please give another huge round of applause to our chief guest at this juncture. And like he said, efficiency and transparency are the catalysts for progress. And in the Indian economy, the real estate sector holds a critical role in our growth narrative. And to truly progress, multiple stakeholders must collaborate seamlessly and together pave the way for a brighter future. Thank you very much, sir, for an endearing address as well, and for inspiring all of us, motivating all of us, and the fact that MSTC is poised to have a very powerful impact on the real estate sector as well as the Indian economy. With that, I have to say we cannot thank you enough, Honorable Chief Guest. I'd like to request Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta to please present a memento, a small token of our gratitude to our Chief Guest, Shri Nagendra Nath Sinha, IS, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Let's have a huge round of applause once again for our Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. We cannot thank you enough. And Shri Gupta, may I request you to please present mementos to our eminent dignitaries gracing the dais. I request you to now present one to thank Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman, CII Delhi Subcommittee on Infrastructure, Real Estate and Urban Development, and co-founder Unity Group. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Bansal. Thank you, sir. And Shri Gupta, may I request you to present the next one to Mr. Arun Kumar Srivastava, Member, Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority. Thank you very much, sir, for taking the time and joining us with your benign presence. Thank you. And may I request you, sir, to present the next one to Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, CII. And I request Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry, to present a memento to Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, MSTC. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta. With that, I think the photographer is going to need a photo opportunity as we draw this inaugural session to a conclusion. I thank our esteemed chief guest and our eminent dignitaries once again for gracing us in inaugurating the CII MSTC conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce and buyer-seller meet 2023. And ladies and gentlemen, since we're lagging a little behind time, this is going to be a very short 10-minute long tea coffee break. Tea coffee is being served in the same room. So I'm going to request you to my right and to your left. I'm going to request you to please come back in 10 minutes because on the other side of this very short break, we've got our panel discussion, which is going to be very interactive, very engaging, and equally unmissable on facilitating the property auctions through e-commerce. So I'm going to request you to please join us for tea, coffee, and join us back here in your seats after about 10 minutes. So I'm going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, I think 12:05 we will begin with the next session. So I invite you to please be seated in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much once again for your cooperation.
MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, I request you to please take seats. In case you have your tea, coffee cups with you, you can bring them along to your tables. But please take seats, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be starting with our session on facilitating the property auctions through e-commerce. And I'm going to request you to please join us back in your seats, ladies and gentlemen, in the room. I invite you to please be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be deliberating upon a very pertinent theme here. E-auctions of real estate properties are actually revolutionizing the industry by offering very streamlined solutions. For the sale of immovable properties, land parcels, and assets that are involved in litigation or insolvency proceedings, or for the government to monetize the surplus land available with the PSUs and the departments. And in traditional auction methods, the process was often slow, opaque, cumbersome, leading to significant delays and inefficiencies. So, this is going to be a very interesting panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, on how we can facilitate the property auctions through e commerce, because e auctions can actually leverage technology to bring transparency, efficiency, and convenience to the auction process. So, we're all going to very shortly deliberate on the exciting future of property auctions, facilitated via e-commerce platforms like the leading MSTC, a mini Ratna Category 1 PSU under the Government of India. MSTC is at the forefront of leveraging technology to bring transparency, efficiency, and convenience to the auction process, as we all saw in the inaugural session as well. So I'm going to request you to please join us back in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your cooperation. And once again, a polite reminder to all of you to keep your mobile phones in silent. And I'm going to be very shortly inviting our esteemed panelists on stage. But let's first get the house in order. I request all of you who are still outside to join us back in the room and be seated. This is an announcement for all those esteemed delegates who are outside in the pre-function area to kindly join us and take seats, please. And then we will begin in about a minute or two. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's settle in and then we will begin with our panel discussion on facilitating the property auctions through e-commerce. May I invite you to please be seated. So it is with great privilege, ladies and gentlemen, I have the opportunity to invite our esteemed panelists for this session on facilitating the property auctions through e-commerce. And as I was saying, that e-auctions of real estate properties are actually revolutionizing the industry by offering very streamlined solutions for the sale of immovable properties, land parcels, and assets involved in litigation or insolvency proceedings, or for the government to monetize the surplus available land with the PSUs and the departments. And uh, in the traditional auction methods, the process was often very slow and cumbersome, leading to significant delays and inefficiencies. But as we saw even in the inaugural, e-auctions, on the other hand, leverage technology to bring transparency, efficiency, and convenience to the auction process. So we're going to be deliberating how we can facilitate the property auctions through e-commerce. And I would like to take the privilege of first inviting on stage Srimati Bhanu Kumar, Director Commercial, MSTC. Let's welcome her on stage with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the applause. Srimati Kumar is Director Commercial and whole-time Director of MSTC, and she has over 29 years of experience in operation and commercial department. Also, she has been associated with MSTC since November of 1989. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite our esteemed speakers also to kindly join us on the dais. So let me start by inviting first Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Steel. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Ashwini Kumar, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. And ladies and gentlemen, Shri Kumar is an officer of the Indian Economic Services, welcome sir, and has been involved in formulation of public policies, macroeconomic policies in particular. At present, he's Economic Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and also he comes armed with a very rich work experience of more than 19 years in various fields of administration, public policy, public finance, development, economics, and also econometrics. Warm welcome once again, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take the privilege of inviting on stage Mr. Rohin Kopuravuri, Deputy Director, Department of Public Enterprises and GM, NLMC. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Please help me welcome him. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, Shri Rohin Kopuravudi, ladies and gentlemen, entered ICOAS service in 2015 and was posted as Assistant Director and CGST Audit Commissioner at Kochi, Kerala. He has been awarded with commendation certificates for 2 out of his 4 years of service in Kerala for his work and contribution in the GST arena. And currently, he's working as Deputy Director in Department of Public Enterprises, Ministry of Finance, and also posted as General Manager in National Land Monetization Corporation, which is NLMC. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Let's have a round of applause again for Shri Rohin Kopuravudi. Welcome, sir. With that, let me now take the privilege of inviting on stage Mr. Subhash Kumar, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please. Warm welcome to you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, Shri Subhash Kumar, he started his career from the Ministry of Power and then moved on to the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Before joining Ministry of Steel, Shri Kumar had worked in Ministry of Labor and Employment, and so he has experience of economic, infrastructure, and social sector during the rich 26 years of his service. Warm welcome to you, sir. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, yes, let's have a round of applause, definitely, for all our esteemed panelists. And now, may I request you to please help me welcome on stage our moderator, Mr. Kapil Maheshwari, Director, KZen Voltech Private Limited. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And for a brief introduction of his, ladies and gentlemen, he has nearly 16 years of experience in the field of M&A, insolvency law, business valuations, and asset sale in India. He's also a registered valuer and has been involved in various matters, including valuation opinion for the first financial services company, assets worth over 5 billion US dollars referred to IBC by the Reserve Bank of India. He's also advised on startup fundraisers, DRT auctions, and non-core asset divestments by large corporates. And also, he's on valuation faculty with MARVO and member of the peer review board for the RVO. Warm welcome to you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a moderation by Mr. Maheshwari. This is going to be a panel discussion. There will also be questions from the audience in the end. And of course, we will start with a special address from Madam Srimati Bhanu Kumar, Director Commercial MSTC. With that said, I will now hand over the proceedings of this session to the moderator, Mr. Kapil Maheshwari. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists, speakers who have joined us for this session. Just before we start, and we'll follow it up with a couple of presentation and then the Q&As. So we have been really privileged to hear some enlightened view in the previous session. Mr. Sinha's view of integrating various stakeholders is an extremely important thing. And globally, what we are observing is that successful portals or successful e-auction platforms have that ability to integrate various stakeholders. MSTC Limited has spearheaded a paradigm shift in the sale of immovable properties, land parcels, and assets, immersed in legal disputes or owned by PSUs and government departments. The traditional auction methods, which was characterized, which have these characters of sluggishness and bureaucratic hurdles, often led to substantial delays. So the e-auction mechanism brings three core benefits to the system. First being transparency. So second, the efficiency. And third, and also very important, which brings more stakeholders on the table, is the convenience of, from a buyer perspective, the convenience of handling it from various forums. E-auction lines seamlessly with the broader trend of digitization and modernization. Yes, there is also with MSTC now looking at B2C businesses and direct customers. I think there is a huge opportunity that lies in terms of integrating it with blockchain and really making that title disputes or multiple sale things, which is prevalent in a lot of private development mechanisms, to wane through. Um, Again, in terms of ensuring optimal price discovery, um, determination of a reliable um, value, a minimum threshold value, avoiding any sort of collusion, a perennial challenge in auctions. The platform employs stringent measures which can have some statistical testing weights, and you're also bundling complementary goods. So setting reserve price is a critical aspect in auction designs, and e-auction platform navigates this complexity with precision. Also, one of the important things with the launch of the e-commerce portal today is the ability to market the properties much before the auction proceedings may start, because that is one of the challenges which we have seen, especially when we are talking about large real estate properties, because they need to be properly marketed, and and then maybe an auction can really be much more successful and much more price maximization. So with this, may I now I'll begin the session. I'll request Ms. Bhanu Kumar to have a presentation.
We'll just do welcome for the guests.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the context. And before we request Srimati Bhanu Kumar for her special address, I'm going to request her to give away plants as a mark of welcome to our esteemed panelists. So we'll start, ma'am, with Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Steel. I request you to please present him with a small token of welcoming him to this conference. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. He's also He's also a part of MSTC. He's also on our board of directors. So welcome, sir. Welcome home. And I'd like to also invite you, ma'am, to please present the next one to Mr. Rohin Kopuravuri, Deputy Director, Department of Public Enterprise and GM NLMC. Let's have a round of applause for him. With that, madam, please present the next one to Mr. Subhash Kumar, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Subhash Kumar, ladies and gentlemen. And madam, I request you to please welcome our moderator, Mr. Kapil Maheshwari, Director, KZN Walltech Private Limited. Let's have a round of applause for him. And I'd like to request our moderator, Mr. Kapil Maheshwari, to please present one to madam and welcome her before she sets the context for this session in her special address. Let's have a round of applause for Srimati Bhanu Kumar, Director, Commercial, MSTC. With that, ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my colleagues, senior officials from MSTC, and our esteemed guest, my colleague director and member WDRA. So this is really a good opportunity for us to showcase what we have done in MSTC so far and what we aspire to do. So I'll just briefly touch upon what we intend to do in future. But before that, I'll give you a small background. So the topics that we'll be covering today is just about the brief background, the vision that we have, and the universal applicability, how we want to make it a one-stop solution for all stakeholders. The process description, I'll just briefly touch on the process, how we do it, and then what we have done and what kind of penetration we have done in the property sector, the real estate sector, who are our major clients, who are utilizing our services already, and what are the future prospects, what we envision to do in future. That's what we are going to cover today. So as I said, I'll start with the background. MSTC, as you all know, in the previous session, we had talked about how we have been reinventing ourselves. So we were the canalizing agency for export of scrap, and then we started importing scrap and old ships for recycling. Thereafter, we forayed into trading, but then there were some pitfalls, and we had suffered some losses, and we diversified into e-commerce activities for scrap. Initially, we were doing all the tenders and auctions for various state government and PSUs and central government agencies. But then we introduced e-auction way back in 2002 when it was a very, very at the nascent stage. And introducing e-auction for the kabadi walas was actually a very big challenge. And with the kind of internet penetration that was hardly just about 1% or 2%, it was a big challenge that we took at that point of time. But I'm proud to say that we were one of the pioneers in e-auction in this country. And that had given us the confidence to enlarge our portfolio, diversify, customize the portfolio, the products. And today, where we stand, of course, e-commerce has immense potential, and there is nothing called saturation point. So that gives us the confidence to take it to the next step. So many of those clients that we were dealing with in the past were the central government, the PSUs, the private sector, the statutory bodies. But then they all approached us for selling their properties also. We were earlier dealing only in scrap, but then when we saw that there is an opportunity for us to sell their properties or lease their properties, that is when we started developing some new modules. And PSUs like Air India, BSNL, MTNL, NTPC, REC, GSRTC, Gujarat State Road Transport Corporation, etc. And then apart from that, from time to time, the liquidators, the court-appointed receivers, all and the port trusts, all these people had huge amount of land parcels either for sale or for uh, leasing, long-term leasing. So we had to develop, it was more of a compulsion that we had to do away and customize and offer very customized solutions for selling such assets. Then we encountered a huge opportunity in the sale of NPAs for the public sector banks. In 2016, when the Department of Financial Services, we approached them and we said, we are ready to give you a platform. And at that point of time, there were about 70 to 80,000 properties which were NPAs, and a kind of digital platform, a unified platform was very much required to list out all these assets that are there and bring all the stakeholders to one single platform. So that is when we started evolving a customized solution. And over a period of time, the user experience and based on customer inputs has been improved. And today it is more of a mature, and we plan to replicate this kind of a model for other assets or other products also where we have large number of lots, as we call. So this is again a good experience that we gathered, which is definitely going to help us in future. Our in the inaugural session, we have already talked about the numbers, and as you can see, most of the properties that we have sold so far are basically the NPAs of the banks, if you see in terms of number and the value. But then, since they are large in number, maybe that's why in the bar chart it's appearing that we are selling only NPAs, but it's not so. All the stressed assets of the government organizations, the land parcels of industrial development corporations, the port trusts, the leasing activities, these also we cater to. And today, as our CMD had said in the inaugural session, we have done more than 30,000 crore worth of value we have realized for our stakeholders. So, as I said, the vision that we have to, the takeaway that we want to do today is to provide a one-stop solution for selling, leasing, renting real estate through a auction mechanism or a tendering mechanism, or it can even be a listing kind of a mechanism. And the approach that we plan to take is, property market is extremely dynamic, and availability of a robust platform based on the customer input is the need of the hour. And these platforms can be utilized not just by the sellers and buyers, but also for the policymakers, the private institutions, the valuers, the aggregators, then other logistic service providers, other value-added service providers, even the banking and financial institutions. This kind of a platform can be utilized by all such stakeholders. This can also be used as a knowledge base, knowledge sharing platform, where any kind of notification or amendments to the statutes, acts, and all can be depicted in one platform, and all the stakeholders are aware of what is new in that sector. MSTC, as we have been talking about in the inaugural session also, has been doing all kind of niche auctioning and e-commerce transactions. we are providing a very transparent methodology, a free, fair, and competitive market. More than 2 lakh buyers are already registered for various products in our platform. And definitely the reach that we can bring is cannot be paralleled. It is unparalleled compared to any other service platform service provider. So this is the page, how a property auction page looks today. But with the more addition of more stakeholders, more sellers, definitely we need to redesign this. So as you can see, there are various categories of sellers that are available. So we have these NPA auctions, then we have the prime property auctions that we are doing for HMDA, Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority. Then there is a portal that we have developed for GSRTC, that is the Gujarat State Road Transport Corporation, where their shops and restaurants and all those small pockets are rented out. Then we also are doing the first set of auctions we have done for the custodian of enemy property in India. So that again is a very niche sector that has probably not been tapped so far. And the first tranche of auction is already successful. And today I am learned that the actual property transaction, the sale deed, will be executed by the district collector in the state of Uttar Pradesh in certain districts. So for this, Ministry of Home Affairs is also very actively involved, and they had entrusted this big and challenging job to MSTC, which has been successful. Then, as I said, we also have been the platform service provider for various courts for their, the kind of properties that are attached or under litigation, where some developer or some kind of it has to be sold to the market. Then again, this responsibility is entrusted to MSTC. Then some of the port trusts are also using our portal for leasing their the land or the property is leased for some time, just about 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So that kind of leasing also happens through our portal, and some of the port trusts that are already using are Kolkata Port Trust, Cochin, Chennai, Kamaraja Port Trust, etc. And of course, here again, there's a huge opportunity. Now, as I said, one solution may not be suitable for all kinds of transactions as far as real estate is concerned. So, what are for the categories of properties that we deal with? It can be residential, commercial, independent houses, flats, warehouses, agricultural lands, shops, sheds, parking lots, food outlets. All these kind of categories we are already catering to. And definitely this category will keep increasing over a period of time as new methodology and new processes get introduced. Now, what is the due diligence that we do? What is the advice that we give to the seller or the owner of the property before we put up something on our portal? First of all, the ownership details. See, I have to gain the confidence of the bidder who is coming to my platform. Otherwise, I'm definitely not going to be giving a very fair, and I'm not going to carry out a very good commercial transaction if this basic information is not provided to the bidders. So for this, I need to give the ownership details, the location, preferably with the site map, whether it has any encumbrance, and if at all there is any encumbrance or any kind of litigation, it has to be spelled out on how this can be uh, dealt with. That also we need to give a roadmap for that. Like in the case of custodian of enemy property in India, the title is definitely not very clear. So SEPI had already uh, formulated a guidelines and the act for this as to how the property will be taken over, who will be actually doing the executing the sale deed. All these responsibilities have been very clearly spelled out in the act itself, and we have put that in our portal for the information of all concerned. So that is a very, very important aspect, the confidence that I have to give to my bidder. Then only they are going to come on my platform. Then the clarity on the post auction process, how the payment will be made, how many days he will get, what kind of timeline will be there for actual ownership of the rights, any restriction on the property. Like in one case which we had to deal with, and it went on for litigation for quite some time. We had sold a land parcel for Indian Oil Corporation to one of the bidders, That was way back in about 15, 20 years back. And that was through a tender process. It wasn't through e-auction. And at that point of time, somehow the information about that plot was not there, that there was a Kanla Batinda pipeline that was going underneath that plot. So it cannot be developed for any commercial use. It was probably can be used only for, say, as a park or a botanical or some kind of a recreational activity. So that important information was missing and it dragged into court for many, many years. So this is the kind of restriction on usage of land, and such aspects have to be brought to the notice of the bidder before the auction can actually be taking place. And if there are any dues or taxes or any kind of encumbrance or a restriction or the state government rights or the central government information, all these things will have to be put up before an event can take place in our platform. So for this, we have an advisory role for all the sellers also. Then regarding the bidding parameters, how actually a transaction takes place in our portal, it can be with the ownership transfer, that is outright sale. It can be on long lease or for rent, and it can also be for developer selection. Like you just give a land parcel, you are just going to select a developer who is going to develop that property to a commercial or whatever has been envisaged in the scheme, and hand it over, maybe in a BOT model or any other model, boot model. So depending on that, we are fixing the parameters as to what will be the bidding parameter. It can be price per square feet or square meter, or it can be a lump sum amount if in case it is a outright sale, or it can be a annual or monthly license fee. It can be a rent, or it can be a upfront lease and a premium for a long period. So these are the parameters that we set out, and depending on the property and the kind of usage that can be put to, we decide the parameter, of course, in consultation with the owner of the property. Then what are the various bidding solutions that are available? See, if it is just a very simple residence that is available and it's going into a B2C sector, then probably you just need to quote one lump sum price. But in case it is industrial plot or it is for a development, you have to do some due diligence as to what kind of person can actually take this opportunity. So we do some technical evaluation. So that also can be built into the platform. So the action, the methodology is we do some due diligence as to what is the property, for how long it is going to be given to the bidder, H1 bidder, and if there are any restrictions or what is the usage of that property. Based on that, we fix up the auction. The very simple methodology is the forward e-auction, where a lump sum quote is taken. Here we talk about the duration of the auction, and during the last 8 minutes of the closing time, if there is a bid, there is a provision for auto extension, so that all the bidders who come to our platform get an equal opportunity to improve upon their bid. Event can have multiple variants, like pre-bid qualification. Maybe we don't want bogus bids, so we have a pre-bid requirement, and the bidders are expected to give some kind of EMD prior to coming to our platform. Then there can be a pre-qualification criteria, as I said. Then lot structuring, whether it can be a single lot or multiple lots. Then what will be the unit of measurement, square feet, square meter, or the entire land parcel. That way we devise the auction methodology. So this is a very simple case of a forward e-auction. In case of the second thing that I talked about was when we have to do some due diligence, we need that some pre-qualification criteria has to be met with before we actually select the price factor. So then in that case, we go for tender followed by auction. So that is a two-stage process. So in the first stage, we generally take all the technical qualifying criteria are set out. Those who meet the qualifying criteria are only taken to the auction, the second stage, and only they are eligible. So then there is a role of a tender committee. So the tender committee, all these bids are kept in a very encrypted form. So even our own administrators don't have any access to the technical bids and the price offers that come up in our platform. Then the technical comparative statements are also generated by the system. See, this is the efficiency that we bring into the system. Otherwise, these were things that were taking months together for any of the seller. They were supposed to sit and go through large voluminous papers to just qualify a bidder and then open a price bid and then evaluate and then finally place an order. So this, with the electronic platform, the efficiency is built in. So the second stage, as I said, is consists of the forward auction, where only the price criteria is taken, and those who have technically qualified, only they are allowed to participate in this stage of the auction. Then there is a third option also. The second option that I talked was the auction takes place after the technical qualification takes place, and it is a two-stage process. Here I'm talking of a simultaneous process of tender come auction. There can be a situation where you are really not aware of what should be the ideal price at which the land parcel or the asset has to be sold. So in that case, you probably want some kind of a blind bidding. So we are giving that option. A tender is a single bid. He is giving a bid and it is sealed and encrypted and kept in my platform. Then the auction also takes place simultaneously. After the close of auction, the highest price between the auction and the tender is compared by the system itself, and the winner is the one who has given the highest bid in both these events. So this gives an advantage in the sense that when you actually don't know what it should be the price and you are interested more in blind bidding. So this is also an option that has been used in the past for real estate as well as for other products. The other customizations that we have done, so these are just the standard processes that are probably available across multiple platforms. But what is the USP that MSTC offers? That is the customization to all our sellers. So we have dedicated websites for each of our clients. Say my client, say like HMDA, they are interested in bidding for large number of residences and commercial plots or residences. So in one event itself, they can have listing of huge number of properties, and they can also select as to what will be the criteria of bidding, what will be the incremental price, what will be the, if it is on per square feet or if it is going to be lump sum, whether any decimal bidding is required, whether any multi-currency bidding is required. All these things can be customized to suit the requirement of the seller. Then lots can be open for all, or there can be a qualifying criteria. Maybe we can take a pre-bid because we want only the serious bidders to participate. Then pre-qualification criteria also is digitized in our platform, in the sense that whatever technical qualification criteria we have set forth, like the documentation or the PAN, GST, their registration, their experience, and the any other criteria, the turnover or anything, all these things can be uploaded in the portal itself. And the bidder also has a library facility where these things can be kept common for any event that he wishes to participate in. And here again, there are a lot of government organizations who are not registered with GST. So there can be a RCM kind of a mechanism, or there can be a without non-RCM, where the GST, or especially in lease and rent and all, the GST gets attracted. So in such situations, the GST is paid directly on the portal itself. The government or the seller need not take the headache of collecting the GST and depositing. So apart from that, there are n number of opportunities for customized reports, MIS. Like as I took the example of HMDA, they have been selling their properties for almost 4-5 years now. So if they want to see what was the rate at which a particular property got sold 3 years back, based on which they want to take an informed decision today as to whether today a property has to be sold or not, that kind of MIS is available, the repository is available, and any customization in the MIS, also trend analysis if they want to do, that is also possible. So these are all the things, value added services, that are inbuilt in our portal. So now we'll talk of customized solutions. Now, whatever I have said so far is the more or less a standard solution that is available to anyone who comes to our platform for selling or leasing their property. Now, what is the customization that we have done so far? Some of the first example that I would like to give is of the NPAs of the banks. Now, here what has happened is when the Department of Financial Services and the Indian Banking Association, when we were talking with them, they talked of 70,000 to 80,000 properties to be sold off over a period of 4 5 years. So all those properties obviously needed to have a dedicated listing platform where all the information of each of the property is available at the bank's end, and it had to be a unified listing portal. So the Indian bank at that point of time, Allahabad Bank rather, they were made the nodal bank for preparing a listing portal, and all the authorized officers of these banks, they were given the user access to this portal. They were actually, putting the property details on this platform, and we, in the standard solution that I was talking about prior to this, we create an event and we schedule the activity as to when this particular event will take place. Then that is notified to all our registered bidders. It comes in public domain. Whoever is interested can participate. But in case of NPAs of banks, it is not humanly possible to create an event for each of the properties if it is numbering to about 70,000 to 80,000. So we had to go for some kind of integration with the listing portal that the banks already had. So that is the kind of customization that we have done. Nobody in our office sits and sees as to which property is going for bidding. The authorized officer of the bank, the moment he notifies that this is an NPA, it automatically, one day prior to the bidding, when he wants the bidding to take place, it comes to our platform, and all requirements, say if there is a pre-bid EMD requirement or any kind of due diligence that needs to be done, it is all very clearly listed out in the listing portal, and it comes to our bidding portal. This can be accessed through our website as well as through the listing portal of the banks, which is called the IBAPI. So this kind of seamless integration with the listing portal was a big challenge at that point of time. And this is a process that we will be replicating for any kind of product which is large in number, so that the human intervention, the errors that can occur while feeding the data, those are eliminated. So here what happens is informations are already there. After the event completion, now again, who is the highest bidder? How this is to be notified to the, again there is a backward integration. The data gets pushed back to the listing portal. The authorized officer of the bank knows that he is the highest bidder. This is the bid value. This is the pre-bid EMD that he has already given. This is the money that MSTC will be transferring to my account. He authorizes the sale, and the transaction is very, very smooth. Now we also handle the EMD. Now there can be a lot of unsuccessful bidders who have not been able to be successful in getting that particular property. How the refunds are happening, that again there is a concept of global EMD. So what happens is, we don't know as to who is interested in a particular asset, who is interested, who is going to participate in a particular property auction. So that is the kind of transparency that we bring into the system, and we don't know as to who are all going to be the bidders. The competitiveness is created, the transparency is inbuilt, the process is seamless, the data replication is avoided. These are all the services. This is the what we have done for the NPAs of the banks, and as you can see, it has actually benefited the banks in a big way. In the morning, when the data regarding the NPA auctions was shown, there has been an appreciation of almost about 17 to 20% in the assets that are being sold through our platform. Now, the other customized portal is for Deepam. Definitely, Mr. Ravi can actually can understand this better. So Deepam is the government organization which will be actually monetizing all the assets of the CPSUs. So a dedicated portal was required for monetization, and this was not a very standard kind of listing and bidding for it. It is a two-stage process. First is the e-tender stage and the e-auction stage, then the technical qualification. Now, what is unique about this is the technical qualifying criteria for any asset under DPUM will have some kind of uniformity. You don't have to keep devising the technical parameters every time. The price bids are opened only of the technically qualified bidders by the tender committee members, and this again is a completely automated process. The global EMD concept is there here also. So I don't get to know for a particular asset who are all the people who have shown interest or who have deposited the EMD. And there is a maker checker concept so that there is absolutely no error in the data that is fed into the system. Then the bits that are coming, they are DSC based, digital signature based, so they are encrypted and kept in the system because of the value of the assets that are being put up under this particular portal is of very high value. It is very paramount for us to keep the data integrity, and any kind of audit at a later stage, this has to be ensured. So that again we are doing in our portal. Then multi-user, like Deepam is obviously the main stakeholder in this. Then the concerned CPSC, obviously they would also like to see as to what is happening, what is the rate at which it is going, what are the terms and conditions, and how the bidding will happen. Then there obviously will be some stakeholders like the tender committee members who will actually be doing the technical evaluation. The price bid opening, of course, will be done by Deepam. And then there is this administrative user who has to create the events and monitor that the process is smooth. Uh, then another example of what MSTC has done is this project for ITPO. You all have seen the Bharat Mandapam. So how that has actually come into place is ITPO wanted a developer to be selected, and for this a bid document had to be created. We had to engage legal experts for this. So in close coordination and in consultation with ITPO, we devised the bid document for this, and the developer was selected. Finally, it has culminated to a very good grand commercial hub. So this is again one of the feather in the our cap, that I would say. So we have shown not just the e-commerce capabilities that MSTC can handle, but we have also been more or less a transaction advisor in preparing the bid document for ITPO. So this is again a role that MSTC has assumed in the real estate transaction. Then I talked about HMTA. Here, since 2018, there are lots and lots of properties, residential, commercial, industrial, that are auctioned almost on a routine basis by HMDA. And the numbers are very huge in number. Now, what is the uniqueness in this portal is most of the participants, the bidders, are NRIs. So they are really not really aware of most of the notifications or the acts or the regulations or how it will actually happen, what is the time frame. Sitting in another country, it is very difficult for them to know all these in all this information. So HMDA auctions, we also provide all these things are available in one single platform. So that is the enabler. We have been the enabler for doing this kind of property auctions for bidders outside the country also. I have already talked about the SEPI auctions, where the custodian of enemy properties in India. This is the first tranche of auctions that we have held, and today probably the sale deeds are getting executed. So this was a challenge, and in the first round there were about 45 properties, about 31.54 crores has been already realized, and the second round will happen on the 14th of December, and that again has about 44 properties. Supreme Court has been, in fact, we have been a favored service provider for Supreme Court also. So not just the coal blocks, even Amrapali properties, when the developer was not able to meet his liabilities or the commitments to the buyers, the properties were taken over and these were to be auctioned. So MSTC was awarded this job, and we have been conducting these property auctions also since then. Then apart from these major clients, we have now signed an agreement with Eastern Rajasthan Canal Project, which the government wants to raise about 10,000 crores. Government of Rajasthan has already entrusted this work to us. Then apart from that, Ranchi Municipal Corporation for renting and leasing of shops, canteens. These are small ticket sales. So what I want to emphasize here is nothing is small or big for us. We cater to each and every segment. And NBCC has also in the past availed our services for selling some of their niche and prime properties in the heart of Delhi. Apart from that, NMDC, the Taj Mansingh auctions, you're all already aware what happened. When the lease expired, it had to go for auction. That property auction also, MSTC was proud to be associated with. ITPO, I have already explained about that. And Air India had huge, large number of properties, residential as well as commercial office space, which again was sold through our platform. And apart from that, we have these Potras, GSRTC, DPAM, all these PSUs who are selling regularly on our platform. Uh, MSTC has been able to do all these things mainly because of the experience that we have gathered over the years and ease of it's the user friendly features, ease of doing business, all these things we are providing in a single platform. So that is the advantage that you will be getting. I've been told that I'm already running behind schedule, so I'm just rushing through this. Takeaways for the sellers is the hassle-free registration, the transparency, competitiveness. Obviously, competitiveness will lead to optimal price, and any kind of report for better decision making is available at the click of a button. And for the buyers, it is a pre-bid wallet. As I said, their identity is not disclosed. It's not known even to MSTC. The security, how the bids are kept in our portal that I have explained about, and the online payment. We have an integrated and robust e-payment gateway that we have with some of the banks. So that ensures that with the click of a button they are able to remit the EMD or any post transaction payment, and refunds are also completely automated. Nobody needs to knock on my door as to I've not got my refund or any such thing. Our IT infrastructure is state of the art, because of which we have been the preferred service provider for the government of India. And what we aspire to do is enlarge our reach and offer this facility for the private sector, the real estate developers. For individual users also, it is very easy to register in our portal, and they can participate and take plots, residential complexes, and NPAs. And web applications and mobile apps are just, we are in the process of developing those. It should be coming up anytime soon. So it will be very easy for anybody to bid on our platform or take any property from our platform. We also, as I said, we also aspire to be in more of a transaction advisor or a, as an advisory role. We are also interested in a technology or a knowledge kind of a platform where all kinds of, knowledge sharing that is required for this sector can be given and uploaded in our system so that it offers a one-stop solution for all the stakeholders. Thank you. I'm running behind schedule, so sorry if I've rushed through some of the slides, but I'm open to questions and answers. And after my second speaker, we'll take the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very insightful and a detailed session. I think was very, very informative for us, especially things like, encumbrance-free property through e-auction would be a really game changer event. Without taking much time, may I now request Mr. Rohin Kapuravi. He is a Deputy Director with National Land Monetization Corporation, and he'll give certain insights about how, the new body and how, the action which he's taking. So, Mr. Rohin, please, if you can join.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to CII and MSTC for having me throw some light on property auctions through e-auction platforms, and also some future prospects, that may be coming up in the future. Before that, if I have to talk about National Land Monetization Corporation, this is a new company that has been recently incorporated. And as Madam was mentioning before, the asset monetization was with DPAM, and now it has been shifted to DPE, Department of Public Enterprises, under Ministry of Finance. And because as this property auctions or the property monetization requires specialized needs and specialized, you can say, professional expertise, the need was visualized that a new company has to be created so that this property monetization can be taken up at a better pace. Uh, and coming to the normal the topic which was given to me about this facilitating of the property auctions through e-commerce platforms. Uh, See, basically the e-commerce platform, if you see the Forbes definition, is basically nothing but a electronic place where there is a buying and selling of goods and services, including transfer of funds or data. And it can be B2B, B2C, and even C2B transactions which can happen. And across all the industries, e-commerce platforms has revolutionized the way we do businesses. This actually helped all the industries, including the real estate sector, because of its efficiency and transparency that it brings in. Um, if you look at the impact of e-commerce, obviously, the customer preferences are changing, and the stakeholders are now adapting to this new technology. And but most importantly, I would stress on the democratization of the auction process because of the easy and equal access to the information, as against the tilt towards the seasoned investors or professionals in the traditional system. And because of this, there's a huge opening up of the market, or there's a huge potential of investors that are being added up daily. If we look at the traditional property auction systems, so you would always know that in the earlier systems there is a physical presence that is required. You need to go to a certain place to go for an auction, etc. So it is very hindersome. And now even sitting at your home, any place, you can just log into a website, and madam is talking about a web app, I mean mobile app that is going to come up. So it is ease of access that is there now. And previously, there is this, the bidding time is small, and because of the fast-paced style of auction, many times we have, the buyers are forced to bid. Sometimes even the emotions run high. So the decisions that were taken were not, commercially correct. So those things are also now not there. And then the other point which I was mentioning previously, it is, the seasoned investors or the professionals who are knowing that auction dynamics, basically eliminating this first time bias into coming into the space. Then the transparency, obviously the transparency is the most important issue there. uh, and then lack of access to accurate information, like madam was talking about that IOC case. So many issues were there where the buyer ends up in buying some properties which are having some hidden legal issues, etc. And obviously the high transaction cost which is involved. So now, as I mentioned, the e-commerce platforms has revolutionized the way the property auctions are happening. And the first most important thing is the enhanced accessibility, because anybody globally can participate in the auction process, need not be physically present. This has increased the accessibility of the buyers to come for the auctions. And then obviously the trust and transparency, I feel, is one of the most important features of this auction platform, where even as again, most of my things I've already covered by madam, so I'll be referring to her presentation. So basically, like, there is many layers that were created, that the buyers will not know who are the sellers. I mean, the sellers do not know who are the buyers and which properties they are bidding, etc. So there is some transparency is involved, and there is this trust of that the properties are going through in a proper way. And obviously the enhanced efficiency and time saving is also there. Previously, things would be rushed, but now everything is planned. Like, you can know at what time a bid has to come up. So it can be pre-designed that on so and so date at so and so time the bids will be started, and when the bid will end. So these all things have brought in some efficiency. And there is an increased competition. Obviously, when there is a bigger pool of investors and buyers, the competition also increases, thereby benefiting the sellers. And then the expanded market research, that is using this basically the social media, the through platforms we can actually go and utilize the media for actually getting more and more persons interested in in our properties. And then the convenience and the flexibility, obviously, like I mentioned, you need not be specifically there in one place to do this. So, and many times there is an even features like auto bid options that are built into the e-commerce platform, so that you need not even see the things regularly. You can simply mention what is the maximum amount of bid, that you can go for, and the platform itself, it keeps on bidding till it reaches there. So it gives you that efficiency, the convenience, and the flexibility. So these are the some of the major advantages which I see for auction through this. And obviously, when we go through e-commerce platforms, obviously there would also be some challenges that we need to take care of. One of that is, like as I mentioned, though it is an advantage, it may also be a disadvantage that the investors may not be able to exactly feel the presence of how the properties are and what are the other things around. So that is one of the thing. And second thing is about this bidding wars and overbidding. Sometimes what happens is in the bidding process, sometimes may an extra zero may get added. These things are there. So some the other features which can come up, like maximum limit of the bids, etc. So that these issues may not come up. So but we also need to take care of these things, because many times we have seen many property auctions do not go through because of one mistake, a clerical mistake. Then the concerns about legitimacy, like there can be chances of online frauds, etc. So the security part, like that's why a reputed online auction like MSTC, etc., they do that initial analysis of who are the bidders, what is happening. So those type of concerns would always be there. So I think it is the task, or you can duty of the online auction platforms to provide that security to the both the seller and also to the buyer. And talking about the technology barriers, obviously, in a country like India, many persons may not be knowing about how to bid or how to participate in this such e-auction platforms. Like the mobile app, I feel is a very good innovation, where it can help persons to easily bid, because the more number of persons, if they can bid, then obviously the pool will increase and the competition will increase, and there could be a better price for the properties. And the last one is basically the lack of personal interaction, because many times they do not understand or get the feel of the property right. So that is also a hindrance, because there is no person to person interactions. So now I want to talk about some of this, the future trends which may, I think, can be incorporated into the e-commerce platform to make it much better, like this virtual reality and augmented reality. Like virtual reality is this computer generated world with scenes and objects which feel real. So that completely take the persons into that another world. And augmented reality is a bit more interactive mode, where the real world is expanded through computer generated perception or information. So just imagine if a person can walk through the property in virtual reality, so that they can understand how the property is, how the rugged terrain is, or what are the amenities that are available, what is the neighborhood, how it is. So these things they can feel, through that VR. They need not personally go. So we can eliminate some of the challenges that I was talking about in this e-commerce platforms. Like AR can be utilized. Let's say some apartment block is being sold. They can see, I mean, how to keep a dining table, way to keep, so they can do the internal architecture design, and they can get a feel of the property much better. So I feel that can also be incorporated into the e-commerce platforms in the future, so that we can give a better delivery of the service. So then obviously the AI and ML, there's a huge role for AI and ML, because there's a huge data that is being generated through this. There are many bidding preferences that are going to come up. So let's say, and it is beneficial for both buyers and also sellers, because like let's say there we have to fix some reserve price to go ahead. So there may be many doubts on that. So the AI can go through, like, what are the recent transactions, what are the other market conditions, etc., and try to come up with what would be the best reserve price. And there also, there will be many data, like each persons are bidding to different interest will be there. So this data can be used for actually having a targeted marketing. So we can analyze what are the individual interests of each buyers. And let's say some person is interested in a specific place, or specific type of property. So then the marketing can happen, or targeted marketing can happen to those investors about some properties. And from the buyer side also, it will be helpful that they can understand till what rate it will be better to go, etc. And for e-commerce platforms also, it would be good that they can have a chat box, because many times many of the questions will be common. So this data analytics can help out in carving out that what would be the normal questions that would be raised by the investors. So they can have a chatbot to answer those questions, or if there is any doubts in the bidding process, they can answer to that. And AI can also be utilized for going through the documents. So many of the times they can simply go through the documents. If some issues are there, something can be brought out. So I feel integration of AI and ML into the e-commerce platforms can enhance the way we are doing the property auctions. And so with this, I conclude that we are definitely going ahead in the right path. And I think utilizing technology for e-commerce, e-commerce technology for property auctions is the way ahead. So I thank you all for having me here and for your attention. And I hope we together embark on this journey into the future of e-commerce transactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rohin. Uh, Wonderful insights again. We'll try to make it a bit more interactive now. So, my next question, or my question would be now targeted to Mr. Ashwini, who's the economic advisor with Ministry of Steel. Sir, how do you see the e-auction strategy would account for economic interest of various local communities and also local authorities affected by sale of land, especially industrial land? Sir?
So, how much time do I have, by the way? Uh, okay, right. I must compliment Bhanu for her excellent and comprehensive presentation. Actually, it's Bhanu's show. All the gentlemen on the dais, we are at best supporting actors, right? Coming back to your question, this is very important. I have spent 8 years in Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, so I have some understanding of real estate sector. It's very opaque, it's very dynamic, it's very complex. Um, what what it has done is it has led to a number of litigations. So if we say India is a highly litigant country, 1 crore case pending चल रहा है courts में. So for all you know, 30 lakh case उसमें property related ही होगा. And that is why there's a enhanced need for a transparent process. So CMD Gupta sahab, Bhanu in her presentation, इन लोगों ने tangible progress of MSTC वगैरह सब दिखाया है, which is all very commendable. But I guess it's very important for each one of us to note that MSTC has earned a reputation for reliability, credibility, trust, and transparency. These intangible things over the years, 21 years of auction processes. And now Supreme, if something wrong happens in Amrapali, Supreme Court goes to MSTC and asks MSTC to take care of it. Right? That is its biggest strength. By this auction process, what it does is, as Secretary in his speech said, the transaction costs are very high in real estate market, meaning thereby the price that a consumer pays and the price that the producer, the real estate, the flat owners, seller gets, that is the difference is very high. How to minimize this? And that is one indicator, one good indicator of how efficient the market is. Right? So auction takes care of that. Auction, wherever there is a doubt as to what is the actual price of the asset that I'm going to sell. If you take out a currency note of 500 rupees, it's valued at 500 rupees. But you have got some assets and you are unsure about what is the value of this asset. The best way of going about it is auction, getting value for your product, bang for the buck, right? And that is where auction helps. And I'm sure, everybody out here are serious. All of you are very serious people in business. You have soiled your hands doing it. I request all of you to use this platform, and we all learn from our experiences. If there are some practical problems, please get back to MSTC. I am on the board of MSTC. I treat MSTC as my own company, and I'll be very happy if you leverage the platform that is provided for economy. Well, the fundamental question, as I have been a student of economics for the last 30 years now, the fundamental question that we have all struggled with is how to improve efficiency of the economy. And that is where these kind of platforms play a big role, right? Okay, I think in the interest of time, I'll.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Uh, the next question is, so Mr. Subhash, what has been the Ministry of Steel has been doing very successfully, the mineral auction, the iron ore auction, the steel, and real estate for that matter, not many auction platforms have been really very successful because of, a lot of, data availability or non-availability of data, indemnity, as ma'am said. Now, what are some of those key takeaways which from the auction of the mineral licenses have been auctioned properly, and so what are those takeaways which you can say can be applied while we are going and while we are talking about more of real estate auctions? Some of those takeaways, if you can think of that should be applied so that real estate auction becomes much more popular and much more convenient for.
Hello. Hello. Audible? Good afternoon to all. Actually, a mineral auction, MSTC has been engaged that, and you know that there has been many concern in mineral auctions. This platform used by MSTC platform that has been used for auction, and there has been a talk of transparency in mineral auction. So in real estate also we have a great challenge that how that transparency is that in that this sector also. So MSTC platform, which has evolved over the years, that has been explained and told to in inaugural session and various speakers. So this platform can be used by real estate sector to bring transparency, because we know that there is a so much cash transactions in this real estate sector. So how to bring this transparency is the answer is that to use e-auction portal of MSTC, so that there is a accountability, there is a transparency in that sector. And our secretaries are also told that it is very important that transparency in this sector is bring out, so that economy and economy which are real sector, the real sector transactions, which is the consist major part in the economy, and this sector becomes more transparent. So the MSTC, which has been which has provided the e-commercial platform for e-auction, but in real estate sector transaction, MSTC's total volume is there is not that much. So there is a challenge for the MSTC to how to grow in this sector. And I think MSTC is going good in that sector. And in the ministry, I am looking after the affairs of MSTC. So we and MSTC board, MSTC management has been trying to do that. And I'm very sure that in future, MSTC's e-auction portal for real estate will also grow, and it will provide a great opportunity for real sector and other sectors to bring transparency in the sector. Thank you.
Ma'am, a question for you. Uh, how so secretaries are also talked about integrating various stakeholders. Now globally there are auction platforms which even have, so there is a buyer seller and also an agent segment, because if I talk about real estate for that matter, there has to be a bridge, and there has to be the buyer sellers, and there's a lot of work which agents or people at the local level are much aware of. Is there is that something which you also plan to do or are doing currently in the platform? And do you think that that would serve a purpose, because that would bring more liquidity and maybe more people?
Definitely, we want to bring all stakeholders, not restrict ourselves to just the agents. Maybe bodies like yours who are in the bigger scheme of things as far as advisory role is concerned, and maybe even the financiers, the valuers. All those people also are integral part of these real estate transactions. So MSTC would definitely be having some kind of platform for them, some kind of role for them, and we want to have a unified platform for all stakeholders who are instrumental in actually carrying out these transactions. So that is there in our scheme of things.
Right. Wonderful. Um, Last question to Mr. Rohan, and then I'll open the floor for for Q&A. Sir, so NLMC now is faced with is has basically taken over Deepam's problem, and I've handled some of the disinvestment. I've been part of some of the disinvestment mandates as a TA and VA, transaction advisor and valuation advisors both. And yes, these non-core assets become a much bigger challenge, because sometimes there were cases where the market cap of a listed company or the enterprise value of a listed company was lower than the value of the assets at which those plants were sitting. So there was a sense for them to really move or relocate to a peripheral thing. Now these assets are typically of very high acreage. So these are 200, 300, 500 acres sort of development. And then you also have non-core assets of which could be flats and apartments. How do you plan to have a strategy in place? So for smaller assets, I understand, there are B2C platforms, and, now MSTC also offers that. But for larger developments, do you plan to have some sort of an internal master plan done yourself and then sell it? Because from a developer community, there would be very few developers who would look at a 300 or a 500 acre land parcel, in terms of capacity to bid and, liquidity issue. But yes, if you parcel them to a 20 acre or 10, 20 acres parcel. So is that something which NLMC have in mind, or that is something which you?
Yeah. See, basically, one of the reason for creating a separate company is because one of the thing which we have identified is if there is any government company which is under disinvestment or under closure, the interest, let's say it's under disinvestment, like you have talked about. See, the interest for the buyer should be on the company, not on the property. So we want to separate those properties from that company and shift it to NLMC. So that is one of the reason why it has been created as a company, so that the company which is getting disinvested will only be sold for the company as such. Uh, Even for the closure also, we have seen that for the balance sheet of a company has to be zero before we proceed. So there is a hindrance, or there is a lot of time that takes place in monetization of a property, like you were talking about such big properties. So that's why these things are actually transferred from the company which is under closure or disinvestment to an LMC. And secondly, like what you were mentioning, see, the assets would be different. So there will be different, like some would be buildings, some would be simple flats, some are there very huge lands, some are just maybe 20, 30 acres of land. So we are definitely looking at different strategies for each type of asset. If let's say it's only a few plots which are there, so then we will directly go for forward auction. If there, let's say there are some 20 acre or 30 acre property, so madam has also covered in her presentation where there is something called two-stage process, and also getting some tenders before, financial bids before we proceeding. So there is a different process altogether for that. And let's say there are much bigger ones, or even this 20, 30 acres also, sometimes they are in situation in such places where the demand may not be there for such a huge property. So then we are planning to go in phases. So we are trying to engage some transaction advisors like yourself to help us out in arriving at that strategy. And as I mentioned, even the finance minister has recognized the need that this company need experts, professional experts who can create that strategy on how we can better monetize this. Sometimes it is such that we can go for a joint development, and or sometimes we can even go for InvITs or REITs for some of the assets. There are different strategies, and all of them, depending upon the nature of the asset, we would be going forward.
I'm sure a lot of work for you going forward. There's a lot of assets which needs monetization. So I may now open the floor for question and answers. Anyone?
Hi. Well, my question is to Ms. Banu and Mr. Rohan. Um, I'm in a similar trade as the auctions and the property, things like those. Property in India is a very challenging concept. You know, kache ka, pakke ka, you know, those kind of things, litigations. Nobody knows exact encumbrance which the property has. I have had property cases where, you know, the GST was there and, you know, things like those. MSTC has done a, you know, made a commendable stride in auctions and disposal and asset monetization. Don't you think there could be some kind of a partnership in micromanagement where we actually get to work together with MSTC? I mean, that's what I'm really looking at.
We are open to that idea. And one thing that probably I did not cover in my presentation was we are associating ourselves, especially now, more of IT startups to offer new and new age technology for these auctions. So we are not close to the idea of association with commercial or organizations like yours. However, whether it is small or big, whoever can bring in something to us and be a win-win situation for each of the stakeholder, we are open to the idea.
Sure. One in the center.
Yeah, I think the same thing flows. Like the main reason for this being a company is because it can take such decisions fast. So if we are getting, any value addition service that can be coming up, so that we can, increase the space at which we are going to monetize our properties, and also get a better, price for it or better valuation for it. So obviously we can look forward for it.
Hi. Quick question. Oh,
Yeah, you are.
proceed. Does MSTC do any diligence, ma'am, on the properties it's auctioning, or none at all?
Of course, I think I covered a little bit in my presentation also. We have to see to it that, the ownership, the title deed is clear, and if possible, we put it up on our website itself. And then the location, whatever information is there, we of course follow it up with the seller to give maximum information about the property. And if at all there appears to be any kind of issue, we do not go ahead with the auction or the transaction, so that the bidder's interest is always protected. And we want to give maximum information to the bidder. The other thing, some more value addition that we can think of doing is, new technology we can adopt for a reality tour, a virtual tour of the property, and all those things can be done. So some due diligence is done, but of course we don't go into each and every fine print in the documents that are given to us. We upload it in our website. The interested bidders are advised to go through that. In case they bring across any issue, definitely we take it up with the seller. We see to it that the issues are mitigated before the bidding takes place.
So, ma'am, does that mean that you don't auction without first checking the registered title deed?
No, we advise that the registration deed and all those things should be there. See, as I covered in my presentation, most of the properties that we have been selling so far is government owned or attached or things like that, where these processes are anyway, very well clearly laid out. So the challenge before us is when we take up some private property, we have to do that due
Correct.
diligence. We probably have to have experts doing that before we put it up. For us, the bidder's interest is of paramount importance. So we will definitely be doing some due diligence, but I cannot say that, I have done everything and it is absolutely clean and that's why it's coming up for bidding. Of course, some responsibility lies with the bidder who is going to take that material.
Thanks, ma'am.
Can we have one last question and then further questions can follow up at the lunch? Any other?
So, Kapil, this is not a question, but just a compliment to the entire MSTC team. So, having myself associated with Air India property disposition, so I have seen this MSTC portal in and out, and so just a compliment to Bhanu ma'am and entire MSTC team. So, whatever ma'am is saying that it's transparent and security is paramount, so I can second your comment that obviously sometimes even as a real estate consultant, I have not been MSTC team doesn't even know who are the ones who are bidding. So thank you, ma'am, to for putting this very great auction platform, and look forward for more private properties under your ambit.
Thank you so much for such nice words and the continued patronage of course, you were probably the first ones to use our platform for about property sale. You were the leaders rather. And we have been showing your agreement and your methodology to all our other clients to, carry out these transactions. So big thanks to Air India.
Thank you, ma'am.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a conclusion to this session. May I request you to please put your hands together for our moderator and our eminent panelists at this juncture. Thank you for that wonderful discussion. And I'm going to request Srimati Bhanu Kumar, Director Commercial MSTC, to now please help us thank our esteemed panelists. We start by thanking Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Steel, with a small token of our appreciation, a memento. Thank you very much, sir, once again for your time and presence. A huge round of applause for Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Steel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause, please. Thank you very much, ma'am. May I request you to present the next one to Mr. Rohin Kupuravuri, Deputy Director, Department of Public Enterprises and General Manager, National Land Monetization Corporation. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you, madam, to present the next one to Mr. Subhash Kumar, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and presence. A huge round of applause for him as well, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Kumar, thank you so much, sir. I request you, madam, to please now felicitate and thank our moderator, Mr. Kapil Maheshwari, Director, Kzen Voltech Private Limited. Thank you very much, sir, for steering that wonderful conversation. And may I request you, Mr. Maheshwari, to please do the honors and thank Madam Srimati Bhanu Kumar, Director, Commercial, MSTC. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Srimati Bhanu Kumar, Director Commercial, MSTC. Thank you so much, madam. And I'd like to request the esteemed dignitaries to please step ahead of the dais and give us a group photo opportunity. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now take a lunch break. I'm going to request you to please, since we're running behind schedule, to please come back in about 35-40 minutes. We have to start the next session by 2 p.m., but we're hoping to start by 2:10. So I'm going to request you to please join us back in the room in your seats. Lunch is being served to my right-hand side and to your left-hand side, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you for this sumptuous lunch, and please do join us on the other side of this break in about 35-40 minutes for our next session, which is on boosting the growth of Indian real estate, fixing gaps through regulation and revival, and concerns in the sector. We will await your presence for this very pertinent session, ladies and gentlemen, coming up after lunch. So please do join us in about 35-40 minutes. Thank you very much once again.
MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a Mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a Mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a Mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been e-assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is an exciting milestone in our journey. Your concerns are our priority. Welcome to a seamless online e-auction platform designed to address your concerns swiftly and effectively. Jai Hind. MSTC Limited is a mini Ratna Category 1 CPSE. We have been assuring India for 60 years. हमारा हर एक काम रहा है देश के नाम. Today we are pleased to launch a comprehensive ticket raising system for our bidders. This automated system will unify all interactions of the bidder with MSTC in the form of support, grievance redressal, escalations and resolution into a single-threaded multi-channel platform, enhancing transparency and effectiveness. In one go, bidders will be able to raise tickets for any issue, with the facility for real-time resolution and dynamic dashboard-based tracking. The bidders can also submit suggestions to improve our services and help maintain our status as India's leading e-commerce service provider. This is
Welcome
an
back, ladies and
exciting
gentlemen. After
milestone
that
in our
lunch break,
journey. Your
the
concerns
bell
are
is a
our
signal that we
priority.
must all gather back,
Welcome to a
take seats.
seamless
We're going to be
online
starting with
e-auction
our
platform
final session
designed
of the
to
day
address your
before the
concerns
Buyer Celebrate
swiftly and
2023.
effectively.
So I'm going to request you to please join us in your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen. This is an announcement for all those of you who are still in the pre-function area or the lunch area. If I may request you to please expedite and join us in your seats. We're going to be starting with our next session in just a couple of minutes. So I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated. And once again, a polite reminder for all of us to keep our mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation again. May I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated. We're about to begin with our session on boosting the growth of Indian real estate, fixing gaps through regulation and revival and concerns in the sector. And I'm going to request you all to please take seats since we're about to be starting with this session, ladies and gentlemen. If I take you through the list of eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen, this session will begin with a special address by Mr. Subrata Sarkar, Director Finance, MSTC. And we have eminent panelists gracing this panel, ladies and gentlemen, like Mr. A. Bipin Menon, ITS, Development Commissioner, Noida Special Economic Zone. Mr. Vipin Kumar Jain, IS, Additional CEO, Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority. Mr. Vineet Relia, Founder, CEO and MD, Urban Brick Development Management Private Limited. We have Mr. Manpreet Singh, Vice President, DLF, and Mr. Nishit Dave, Founding Director, the Decode Group, and Mr. Kunal Behrani as well, the COO of Unity Group. So they're all going to be here with us, ladies and gentlemen, on this panel. I invite you to please take seats so that we can begin. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about 2 to 3 minutes away from starting with a session which is absolutely unmissable, very, very enlightening. I request you to please be seated. We're going to be talking about boosting the growth of Indian real estate, fixing gaps through regulation and revival and concerns in the sector. And may I invite you to please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. And as we settle in, may I also say that the country's increased urbanization has created new opportunities for the development of real estate to meet the demands of businesses, industries, and housing needs. And with the implementation of RERA, reduced fees and duties, and the introduction of a lower mortgage regime, a favorable environment has been created for buyers to invest in the Indian real estate market, resulting in very significant growth. However, challenges definitely remain in areas such as stressed projects, insolvency, and financing, preventing the sector from reaching its full potential. And so this session is going to be focusing on discussing these issues and exploring possible solutions that the government and industry can collaboratively work on so that these gaps can be fixed. So once again, may I invite all of you to please take seats, and then we will begin in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I have been signaled to start, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to now, at this juncture, take this opportunity to invite our esteemed panelists for this session. Let me first request the benign presence of Mr. Subroto Sarkar, Director of Finance, MSTC, to kindly grace the stage. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Subroto Sarkar is the Director of Finance, CFO, and whole-time Director of MSTC. He has over 20 years of experience in finance and accounts. And prior to joining MSTC, he was associated with Sarkar, Mitra, and Mitra Chartered Accountants as a partner. He's been associated with MSTC since May 2001. Welcome to the day, sir. Sir is going to be addressing us, ladies and gentlemen, with a very special address. But let me invite our panelists first. May I invite now Mr. A. Bipin Menon, who is ITS Development Commissioner, Noida Special Economic Zone. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Menon is a 1997 batch officer of Indian Trade Service and has held multiple positions in his service tenure, including Director, Deputy Secretary, and Additional Director General of Foreign Trade in Department of Commerce between 2010 and 2020. And for 3 years between this period, he also took the charge of First Secretary, Permanent Mission of India to WTO. Warm welcome to you, sir. Let me now invite on stage, and please help me welcome him with a round of applause, Mr. Vipin Kumar Jain, IAS, Additional CEO, Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority. Warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a 2016 batch officer of the Indian Administrative Service of Uttar Pradesh cadre. Shri Jain has also served as Secretary Building and others Construction Workers Welfare Board of UP and Special Secretary Geology and Mining Department, Government of Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Warm welcome to you, sir. Yes, let's have that round of applause again. Thank you very much. Let's greet our esteemed panelists. Thank you to the audience for their applause. May I now invite on stage Mr. Vineet Relia, Founder, CEO and MD, Urban Brick Development Management Private Limited. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Relia is a powerful business strategy driver whose entrepreneurial instincts and clarity of vision have resulted in rapid and continuous growth. His strongest trait is propelling the business to pinnacle success, accelerating revenue and EBITDA growth, making high-stake decisions, overcoming complex business challenges, changing operating models, and unlocking new business opportunities. And he's been well covered for his splendid career with renowned blue-chip companies. Like I said, he's founder, CEO, and MD, Urban Brick Development Management Private Limited. He was also managing partner at Inojo Interim Management LLP, independent director for US dollar 1.2 billion Japan Elevator Services, ladies and gentlemen. And may I also apprise all of you that Mr. Vineet Relia is also the moderator of this session. Warm welcome to you, sir. And thank you for the applause. As I can see, there is a lot of energy in the room after lunch, which is a very good sign. Thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I now take the privilege of inviting on stage Mr. Manpreet Singh, Vice President, DLF Limited. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. Mr. Manpreet Singh, ladies and gentlemen, is a former UT Civil Services officer, recruited through UPSC with over 2 decades of service in various capacities with Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi and Andaman and Nicobar Islands administration. He took VRS from the government in 2010, and since then he has been in senior positions with 2 of the country's largest real estate and infrastructure companies. And he comes armed with over two and a half decades of work experience in various management positions in the government and corporate sector, with last 10 years mainly in real estate regulatory issues from land acquisition to RERA. Let's have a round of applause once again for Mr. Manpreet Singh. And now may I take the privilege of inviting on stage Mr. Nishit Dave, Founding Director, the Decode Group, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. And as the Head of Strategy and Consulting at the Decode Group, Mr. Nishit Dave has led a growing network of companies facilitating business transformation. He has developed and implemented strategies for resolving stressed assets, insolvency and bankruptcy, special situations, as well as trading. And he's also leveraged his analytical skills and industry knowledge to advise and support clients across various sectors and regions. Let's welcome him again with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion with your presence. And may I also call our panelist, Mr. Kunal Behrani, the Chief Operating Officer of Unity Group. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kunal Behrani brings with him experience from his very significant roles as an independent consultant also in India, Sotheby's International Realty at Unity Group and the 3C Universal Developers Private Limited. He holds a 2002 to 2004 International Management Institute, IMI, and has a robust skill set that includes sales, sales management, account management, negotiation, marketing, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, he also contributes many valuable insights to the industry from time to time. A very warm welcome to you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to welcome our eminent panelists. I'm going to request Mr. Shubhrato Sarkar, Director Finance MSTC, to please do the honors. And first, welcome with a plant our eminent panelist, Mr. A. Bipin Menon, ITS Development Commissioner, Noida, SEZ, Special Economic Zone. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. A. Bipin Menon, please, once again. Welcome, sir. May I request you to present a plant, sir, and welcome Mr. Vipin Kumar Jain, IS, Additional CEO, Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority. Let's welcome him again, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause. May I request you, sir, to please welcome Mr. Vineet Relia, Founder and CEO and CEO and MD, Urban Brick Development Management Private Limited, and our moderator, Mr. Vineet Relia. May I request you, sir, to please welcome Mr. Manpreet Singh, Vice President, DLF Limited. May I invite you, sir, to please welcome in our midst Mr. Nishit Dave, Founding Director, the Decode Group. Mr. Kunal Behrani, Chief Operating Officer, Unity Group. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. And may I request Mr. Vineet Relia to please step forward and welcome Mr. Shubhrato Sarkar, Director Finance MSTC with the plant. Sir, may I request you to please do the honors? Thank you very much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my privilege to hand over the proceedings of this very important session to our moderator, Mr. Vineet Relia. Sir, please.
Thank you so much. So I'm not sure it's difficult to do a session just before lunch or after lunch, but still I think we have a great panel here. We have people from the government. We have two panelists from two developers who have worked in the most, I would say, the strictest of the regimes, Delhi. And obviously we have two speakers who will be doing the opening speech and a great presentation as well. So I think let's start. I would like to invite Mr. Shubhrato Sarkar, who will be giving the opening address in this. Mr. Sarkar, please.
Presentation is not there. Okay. Good afternoon to the esteemed audience and the esteemed panelists. So, as our moderator explained, it's a very difficult session, post-lunch session. I must thank the organizers because the topic is very, very interesting. Rather, I, as a student of this such subject, would like to learn from the esteemed panelists what is going on in the industry and what is going on the legislation part to just overcome this particular situation that is happening in the real estate. In the first two sessions, that momentum was set, like how the things are now taking place and how MSTC is going to facilitate and facilitating rather the present and the future of this e-auction of these immovable properties that is taking part in the country. But whenever we like to see a transaction takes place, there are couple of matrices are formed. One is the price matrix. which of course depend upon certain underlying factors like derivative. The underlying asset it derives its value from the underlying assets. Like the price is derived from competition, the type of the property, its documentation status, etc., etc., and who are the bidders and where it is situated. Likewise, another thing that is more important with that price factor is the credit inflow for that purchase of that property, like finances, banks, and other non-traditional financing part like private financiers, NBFC, etc. Another thing that is more important is the documentation part that is creating more hurdle in this whole scenario in the gamut of the transaction, because once the deal is concluded, lot of deals goes into the rough weather because of the property paper concerns. So that is also a very important aspect that has to be deliberated, and that post dealing and pre-dealing litigation that we are going to discuss and have our views of our panelists in this particular session. Another thing that is very much important that is there, the government is of India is now taking in its digital mission is endeavor to digitize the land records. So once that is in place in India, then it will, I personally believe, will end to a lot of litigation. But that is a Herculean task because of its morphology and Indian heritage, what we have inherited after independence and the acquisition of the states, the properties and the papers are in different language and different strata, different structure. And while going through that in a lot of cases, rather we have also as the e-commerce operator also have faced a lot of problems while dealing with this type of things. So this is one aspect. Second, how the economy fares. So uh, it is a need of the hour right now to have a good property market, because post COVID, what we have seen, there is an upsurge in the real estate market and the property prices, and the credit uptakes also has increased in this particular era. So with these things, we are seeing a positive note, but there are deterrents that I explained you earlier, and we will be mostly concentrating on that particular issue in this session. Of course, moderator will decide on this thing, but I would like to request our panelists to please enlighten us on this particular aspect, and what MSTC can do is like a, just now there was a, in the previous session there was a talk of having a knowledge bank type thing. If we can create a repository of that type of thing, so then, and we also find in a lot of websites there are a lot of law repositories are there, so it will be of a big help to the customers, retail as well as a wholesale customer. So with that thing, I will hand over the mic to the moderator for this very interesting session that I assume it is going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sukar. We will try and cover your suggestion during the discussion. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Nishit Dave from the Decode Group. He'll be giving us a presentation.
Okay, while that's getting set up. I've tried to make this session a little bit interesting. There'll be some photos apart from text on these presentations. Hopefully, we won't all go to sleep. Um, so, first of all, I'd like to thank MSTC, Kumar ma'am, and Gupta sir for this opportunity to share my thoughts on Indian real estate. So, when I first had the topic, the question was, does the real estate industry really need a boost? And some of the content up there you'll see, and I think all of you know you all are here, so you're probably from the industry and are aware of what's happening. Um, Rates have been going up, and over the past few years, you'll see that there's not much talk regarding value as such. But when we think about industry, there's probably a difference between just price and all the different players that form part of the industry. And I'll touch upon some of that in the next few slides. And Occam's razor, I don't think anybody, does anybody here know what that is? probably not. It's a 14th century logical concept, which says that make everything as simple as possible, but not simpler. Essentially, while real estate as an industry is pretty complex, we must not add unnecessary assumptions and unnecessary complexities to a problem, that can only lead to inefficient and imperfect solutions. So with that, uh, when we think about the real estate industry, it's not just the buyers and sellers who are here today. There's an entire ecosystem surrounding this. And someone in the previous panel mentioned about how the transaction costs itself are very high. And that itself gives you a clue as to the fact that there are various other players in the space who also form a part of this industry. So, and I'm not going to read that out, but you'll see on the slide that there are various players. You have the engineers and the consultants as well who play an important role, especially because we know that we've seen some buildings that are just not viable from a civil structure perspective. So over the course of this presentation, I'll also try to touch upon where e-commerce comes in. And one of the e-commerce advantages here is that the usage of technology, an auction platform, having payment gateways, having registered buyers, having pre-sale and post-sale features, having virtual data rooms, having negotiation rooms. Mr. Rohin in the previous channel spoke about, in the previous panel, touched upon a few of these things as well, like a chatbot and stuff like that. So it's very clear that some kind of a technology that can cater to all the players, not just buyers and sellers, would probably help the industry and would result in some kind of a boost here. So let's dive right into the most important metric, right? Like most people think only about price when you talk about real estate. So we'll start there. Um, eh, in general, when a buyer is evaluating real estate opportunities, he has to actually compare similar investments in other asset classes, right? So now if you put on the hat of a buyer, then you have to understand that he's allocating investments across different sectors. So as a seller, to really reach out to this buyer, you have to really understand that part and hit those right psychological factors that guide decision making. So one is regarding agreement on price. So what is very interesting to note is that who's driving the demand, that percentage is going to keep changing, right, with time. So you see 63% is Gen Z and millennials, which is why you'll see a lot of influencers in the real estate space now, because you are understanding where your target market is where you need to be. Unfortunately, because this industry, and again, some panelists mentioned this before, this industry is so opaque, there's so much information asymmetry. Uh, it's going to take some work to get there. Finally, democratization and fractionalization in the real estate industry is already, some of you may have seen it, but we'll probably see more of that in the times to come. And again, here, technology will play a key role. So for those who wouldn't know, fractionalization essentially means joint ownership of land parcels. And there are companies that are set up doing this. They're setting up LLPs with joint ownership and a management structure that is governed by a certain mandate. And that essentially is democratization, right? Because you'll have people who are otherwise just doing SIPs and mutual fund investments can now look at real estate as an asset class. Second is, when you talk about return on investments, at the end of the day, that's what needs focus on. So I'd like to talk about a couple of things. Since the Article 370, Kashmir land prices have increased by about 600% in the last 3 years, right? That's an example of a change in legislation, change in law that can instantly impact land prices. We have some members here from highways and other such bodies. So real estate near highways and ports are also witnessing significant growth. People used to say metros are kind of peaked out. It'll be difficult to keep that trend going, but those numbers tell you that both in Delhi and in Bombay, you're still seeing double-digit and pretty substantial growth. But at the same time, there are other asset classes that are also doing very well. In general, India has a great growth story, right? So all of these things come together to say essentially that for a transaction in the real estate space to go through, technology and e-commerce is critical. There are far too many moving parts. There are far too many players in this space. And a real estate transaction is not an Amazon purchase, right? You don't do it every day. You don't do it every 2 days. It's sometimes for some people, it's once in a lifetime, twice in a lifetime transaction. It's slow, it's cumbersome, it's high ticket size, but low volume. Um, and opaque and still there are a lot of information gaps. So that's something that I feel the advent of dashboards and MSTC has some of this as well, to completely digitize in the first place. We talk about AI, ML, and all that comes later. First, we must digitize. We have now seen e-signing. We're now seeing documents being signed digitally. We are now taking videos to record where you are and stuff like that. That's still new. That's still digitization. We haven't even scratched the surface on technology yet. But I think we're in the right direction. I'll very quickly touch a little bit on the valuation side. See, essentially, price and valuation technically, for the layman should be the same thing, right? By definition, also valuation is supposed to be the price a buyer is willing to pay. But it's not that simple. I think everyone understands that valuation is subjective. Sure, you can have methodologies, you can have objective approaches, but at the end of the day, it is quite subjective, and there are various factors contributing to it, which is why you'll have valuers like Mr. Maheshwari was in the previous session who will speak probably a lot more on this. But you'll see valuation reports talk about comparables, which will tell you that a similar property in this place, you'll talk about it yourselves. In your building, 15 माला वाले ने 8 crore में बेचा तो मैं तो उस कम में नहीं बेचूंगा. So there's no math behind this, and that needs to be understood when sellers and buyers are interacting in this space. But again, at the end of the day, I would just like to point out that it's the more you simplify it, the better it is. And now here again, e-commerce is the only, I feel, e-commerce solutions are the only way forward. MSTC already has forward auctions, two-staged auctions. Auctions are not just one monolith, right? Auctions are also different types. For example, you'll have a Swiss challenge, which has now become popular, which will tell you that you'll have a set of bidding, and then the highest bid in the first stage will become your reserve price for the second stage. These are all other ways to do price discovery, as well as valuation. You can't do away with the valuation report, but it helps you kind of compare the two. The second issue with respect to documentation and valuation is also regarding confidentiality. And again, here I would like to say that the e-commerce advantage is quite clear. You'll see stuff like valuation reports being uploaded on dashboards. There's already access control within MSTC. You can qualify certain bidders, not qualify certain bidders. So there is some work that is already there within MSTC. And MSTC is also trying to see how they can incorporate other market players by offering API integrations for their core technology. I think someone touched upon this already in the previous, so I will not probably spend too much time here, but basically information asymmetry, everybody is aware that people with more information are dominating the space with respect to transactions. And I think everybody would love to be a part of any growth story. So I'm going to actually skip some of this, except that I would like to mention the loudest voice isn't necessarily the right voice. And in this particular case, I mean more regarding things that you read and see on the internet and social and digital media. It's very important that we in day-to-day lives, we don't have the bandwidth to do critical thinking and do a lot of research and do a lot of document reviews. But in real estate, it's very important because as people have already mentioned, litigation is the major issue here. Um, uh, I'll I wanted to talk about fact checking and information asymmetry because that is what led to the creation of RERA. So I think everybody is aware in this NCR region regarding the Supertech story. 2 towers were demolished as they were constructed illegally. The quote from the Honorable Supreme Court was that the Noida Development Authority and the developers engaged in nefarious complicity, which is as clear as it gets. We don't need to spell that out any further. But at the end of the day, the people who are suffering are the taxpayers and the home buyers who had put in a lot of their hard-earned capital. So here with RERA, there's a big advantage with respect to transparency and accountability. Everything is registered across, each project is registered separately. And timelines need to be adhered to. There are certain protections to home buyers as well. Some of you may be aware, Dr. Amitabh Kant recently in August or September came up with was tasked with coming out with a report And this is quite relevant here, so I'll just read it out. The committee believes that this model package can be particularly beneficial for regions like the Noida and Greater Noida region, and we encourage all other state governments to consider similar adaptations. So, at lunch, some of us were talking about how, what do you do with the, kind of the example someone mentioned was that the baby is already born. What do you do with older cases where there's no financial viability? And so there's a certain model that Dr. Amitabh Kant and his team have come up with, and they've also outlined that they've also specifically mentioned that timelines are critical here. So from a regulatory side, it seems that there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. Perhaps it's not clear on the front end, but there's a lot happening behind the scenes. And here again, e-commerce plays a big role because when you're doing transactions, I'll give you a small example with respect to RERA. There were certain collections for registrations, which under RERA it says that the home buyer has to pay the developer, who then has to pay RERA. And then one of the very simple recommendations, and again, I'd like to see Occam's razor on this. They just said, why don't you bypass the developer? The home buyer should directly pay RERA, and the builders should be bypassed. So these payments require digital escrows, distribution and inflow of funds and things like that. This also, again, MSTC already has their own payment gateway. So when you talk about a transaction and then followed by a certain distribution as well, MSTC has the capability to do that. Um, and that's worth looking into as well. I think infrastructure was well touched upon in the previous panel, but I think it is a little bit obvious. But again, when you look at a real estate valuation in general, it follows closely with growth in infrastructure. There's some statistics here, and I'm happy to share this presentation with someone who needs it. That statistics around appreciation in land value across such infrastructure projects, which is again common sense, pretty simple, but it's missed out when you get caught up in the hype of some assumption or somebody selling you something when you haven't looked at the details. I'm going to skip through some of this. Sorry, yeah. I think in general, when we look at real estate, and this is not, we might be preaching to the choir here, but I think the reason I'm mentioning this here is because there's a clear focus from developers to build amenities and infrastructural capabilities, and they're looking at other commercial centers. You're looking at co-working spaces popping up, medical facilities popping up, and I would like to compare this to almost like a smart city concept. A smart city works well from a real estate perspective is because it has a bunch of other things packaged along with it. And I think that's what I would like to just point out here. Very relevant from a market sizing perspective. Here's a very interesting statistics. The IBA has estimated 4 lakh stressed dwelling units involving about 4 lakh crores in stalled real estate projects. And about 2.4 lakhs of those are situated here in NCR. This is in itself an enormous opportunity for e-commerce and auction platforms, and for players like us who work closely with MSTC on building a specific platform for stressed assets. But there's a very good opportunity right here. Even if 50% of these units are resolved, it'll add about 1.5 lakh units to the housing sector. Again, the e-commerce advantage is clear because the volume is high. You can't talk about resolving lakhs of units with individual transactions. You need technology. You need to bring these things on a platform in some way. From an IBC perspective, I'm seeing that the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India is also quite proactive. They are trying to beat the parliamentary session voting for amendment to the code by introducing regulations in the real estate space, by taking a lead from Dr. Amitabh Kant's report. So these are all further opportunities with respect to how the real estate sector can benefit from different features in e-commerce. I won't bore everybody else on technology. I think Rohin in the previous session covered it very well. I just read out the e-commerce advantage here. So the core technology stack at MSTC, for example, is in my view, it's moat and it's pure core competitive advantage. So they're already offering APIs and integrations to market players like us, which means that while auctions and payment gateways and the core technology remains theirs, you can build uh, kind of front ends on top of that to suit your business needs. Um, Sellers can market and sell their assets through integrations, and the entire workflow, which is what I was talking about in the beginning, all the different players who have to contribute to this process. It's a win-win situation because then they would come onto a platform, and Bhanu ma'am mentioned that if you could put up photos and virtual tours of units and incorporate that as a part of your service offering as a technology platform, there's a lot of incremental development that can keep happening. That's about it. Apart from the maximization of value, when we think about a boost, we would be well served if we thought about the industry more holistically. Um, I tried to keep this as concise as I could. The rest perhaps we'll cover in the Q&A session. I wanted to spend some time on the psychological and the irrational aspects of the real estate space because I think we have far more uh, accomplished people here to speak more specifically on the regulatory side of things. And yeah, I think the only issue here is that we have a lot of human inefficiencies that must be mitigated. And again, thanks to MSTC, we have this platform to talk about it and to work with them. And that's about it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Nishit. There was quite a detailed overlook about the entire industry. So I think I would like to ask the first a question to Mr. Menon. Mr. Menon, we heard about Noida SEZ, and I've been there when I just started my career, and we've seen the whole evolution, growth of software industry, exports from that. My question to you is, India today is looking at the whole startup growth, the startup India, and the whole initiatives. And most of the startups are struggling with office spaces because they end up going to the real estate sharks, not us, the real estate buyers, investors who buy. And most of them are struggling. Their biggest investment, or let me say the burn of cash, is in office space. Or are there any plans, policies where startup guys could actually buy decent office spaces, maybe online through platforms like MSTC, or maybe directly go to the route where something on the SEZ model?
Yeah, thank you very much, I think, for that question. To put it in perspective, I think SEZs, of course, have a slightly different business model than the other industrial estates around us. If you look at the industrial estates just outside SEZ, which is called the Hosiery Complex and Phase 2 of Noida, their pricing is a bit higher than ours for the simple reason that the fact is that we have this GST benefits and customs duty benefits for the development that we carry out inside the zone. And we have made a conscious policy to pass on that benefits to the units that come in, as also looking at the fact that we have to promote MSMEs because manufacturing MSMEs have a lot of disabilities as far as doing business is concerned. And we believe that SEZ is the right model to attract those manufacturing MSMEs in terms of the pricing structure itself. Of course, there's the obligation of exports, which of course you need to have a unit which actually does the exports. But in terms of the retail space, I would say we have both plots as well as standard design factories. We have priced them fairly competitively. Standard design factories are basically the warm shells into which a unit can just come in and almost like plug and play. I won't say exactly a plug and play, but yes, a semi plug and play. So we do have options. I mean, Noida as such, the Noida SEZ itself, not much of space, I would say, like at a particular point of time, if I talk today, we have only around 8 or 9 SDFs which are vacant, a few plots also which are vacant. But we have a lot of space in some places like Arshia, for example, which is again not very far from the expected airport at Jewar. And we do believe that SEZ story is going to be a major thing as far as the industrial space is concerned, because we are expecting some sort of changes, tinkering happening in the SEZ laws. But till that happens, I don't think we can really take a call. But I think at the end of the day, it's a very good story that still remains, despite the fact that income tax benefits are not there in SEZs. there's a lot of demand. My only worry is the work from home. I think I had a discussion with some of the panelists. Many of the guys in the IT sector have been pretty badly spoiled, and they want to work from their homes. And this has created somewhat of crunch as far as the retail guys are concerned. The developers have some concerns about this work from home, but that's a reality. Guys are negotiating from the campuses itself to get into work from home space rather than coming physically to factories. I mean, that's a reality of the game right now. But I guess the SEZ story is still pretty strong as far as we're concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, you're right, sir. The office spaces, even in the US, has seen about a 35% decline in the past 3 months. So, yes, work from home remains a challenge. My next question is, Mr. Jain, you happen to be the CEO for one of the largest, I would say, the development authority with a lot of issues as well. So, my question to you is, yes, we can say most of the issues were pre-RERA, post-RERA, things are better, but a lot of issues also emanated because of the fact that how the government of India in its land acquisitions and further allotment policies. Do you envisage a situation where people could actually go into portals like MSTC and safely buy products from which are developed on your lands? Do you think it's going to happen? And if yes, what do you think are the real gaps which need to be filled up?
Uh, Thank you, Vineet. The voice is coming. Okay. So it will happen for sure. But when it comes to us, frankly, we are seeing it from the perspective of just two people. One is industrialist. We are a mixed authority. We are a high, so expressway is in our name, and we made the expressway from Delhi to Agra. But ultimately, right now, we are working on the industries and maybe lesser on the residential side of it. So this is a possibility. We have legacy issues related to acquisition, related to farmers. Gradually, we have small wins. They have culminated into an environment which is very, I'll say, prudent and adequate for the developers. So gradually in future, yeah, I'm very sure that there will be an inventory that will be available online. Uh, so the technology adoption in this industry is comparatively, I will say, it is not so fast in comparison to other industries. The issue is with the transparency. Frankly, this industry was not, the topic itself is regulation. So the regulation came with RERA. RERA is a watershed moment when it comes to real estate industry, and that created a lot of transparency mechanisms. Through RERA Act in itself, lot of things that are industry led and that they have to disclose, they are very minimal as per the act. But gradually, because of RERA, maybe in future, these developers, they will be adopting this technology in a better manner. And yeah, then if it will be a possibility, maybe in near future, the buyer will be able to see uh, the maybe the real life or 3D of something on his screen, maybe after 4 or 5 years, and choose from that inventory that is available online, maybe on MSTC or anywhere. So it's a possibility. Obviously, it is going to happen, but it will happen in maybe 5 to 10 years.
Thank you so much, sir. Manpreet ji, DLF. So I don't think it needs any introduction. And DLF has been all over. And so tell me, what's been your experience? Like Mr. Jain spoke about RERA and the regulations. What has been your experience with RERA, post-RERA, and the various IBC laws under the CIRP? What changes have you seen, and what else do you ask for, and what do you think are the gaps today?
Thank you, Vineet. I'll personally, since I have seen the RERA implementation and NCLT and IBC code implementation from the other side of the table, so I have a view, but I won't say it's a bias. As far as controlling the RERA through RERA and NCLT, number of stressed assets where investors were having a problem, people did get their money back, many of them, and they did get their orders, for refund of their amount also, in case this wanted to get the refund also. So one is Are those orders being implemented? Now I'm talking from the side of RERA. Are those execution orders being implemented? How many people have got money? It's a big question. Second question is from the other side of the table, what I saw that RERA has virtually become like another department of the government. I'm sorry to say so. In one project, I'll give a small example. We went for, increasing the FAR, which we had got permission from the town and country planning. And we wanted to grow from 21, I'm not talking of DLF, by the way. I was in another company earlier. From 21, floors to 32. And it had the approval of the town planning authorities. The building plan had been approved. The FAR had been enhanced. But the RERA took more than 2 years to clear, and there was nothing in it which they could point out. What is happening is they are changing the goalpost every time the developer is going to them. So you cannot change the goalposts, and then you think that the stressed assets will come out of the stress. You are basically leading to the stress of the assets which are or the builders which are more liquid than the ones which are not liquid. So the authorities have to have some kind of timeline as far as RERA is concerned. And as far as RERA legislation, I am sure Ministry of Housing, they are going through a lot of exercise, and there are issues like how to get the execution orders implemented, and also the issue of two-third consent from the allottees, which is required for even, I am told, transfer of projects from one developer to another. Issues like this which are crucial, because getting two-third consent from the buyers of the project is not easy. So those amendments are also being looked into, and I'm sure RERA will evolve into a much bigger force. And as far as NCLT is concerned, we are all aware that a lot of effort has been gone. Many IRPs have been appointed. But what I would like to say that some via media has to be found out. Number one, there could be issues like the same developer, getting into NCLT because of bankruptcy issues, and somebody is front running for him. He's getting the project at a haircut, and the same group of people getting the project. It should be arm's length as far as government is concerned. But if you want to really restart the stressed projects, as you were discussing, Vineet, you yourself have gone through the process. How difficult it is to start a stressed project. Some funding has to come from the government. You have a Swami fund which is not big enough. You are talking of Make in India. You are giving subsidies to electric vehicles. FAME 1 scheme, FAME 2 scheme, FAME 3 scheme. You are having production linked incentives for run enhancing the engines of the industry and the growth of the economy. Why not have a fund? Because even in the case of Unitech or Amrapali or all these people, it's basically the viability gap funding. If the investor knows that the government is funding this scheme, some money the existing developer can put. It's not easy. I'm sure they have deliberated in detail by Mr. Amitabh Kant and company. Suppose 30% amount is pending from the flat buyers. Viability gap funding should be there from the government. If you are saying 4 lakh units are, lying unfinished in the country, imagine the amount of economic activity you can generate. So my view is that the government has to step in if they really want the stressed assets to come out of stress, and they should be sure that the semi-liquid developers don't get into stress. Thank you.
Manpreet, Kunal, you worked in Noida and now you work in Delhi. And I think very few developers really manage to work in Delhi. So, what has been your experience, and what do you think are the real big challenges you face in Delhi versus working in Noida? Because Noida, though we've seen there was a slide which says the biggest issues. It's because the biggest launches have happened in Noida. Some years back, 54% growth was Noida. So, naturally, the biggest issues will happen. So, do you think Noida was more progressive versus Delhi, and Delhi is very, what do you say, closed in its thing, or what has been your experience?
So a totally different, question. Sorry. Um, Honestly, I worked in Gurgaon, I worked in Noida, I worked in Delhi, all three sectors. So Gurgaon has been a blockbuster, and everybody knows that. Everybody tries to follow that. Everybody has been trying to replicate that. जरूरी नहीं है कि वो दिल्ली उसको replicate कर पाता है, वो नहीं कर पाया आज तक. Delhi has been a stable market overall, I would say. Delhi में ना तेजी आती है ना मंदी आती है. So उसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, because दिल्ली में if you actually get into the core of the customers, when you meet the customers, you understand ये businessman है और इनको ज्यादा तेजी से फर्क नहीं पड़ता, इनको ज्यादा मंदी से फर्क नहीं पड़ता. इनको अपने यूज के लिए चीज चाहिए होती है तो ले लेते हैं, नहीं तो नहीं लेते हैं. Noida tried to replicate Gurgaon, but I would say a slight differential model in Noida, wherein it was on the lease model. तो डेवलपर को कभी ज्यादा पैसे की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी टू एंटर द रियल एस्टेट डोमेन, क्योंकि अपने पास बेस इतना स्ट्रांग नहीं था. तो ज्यादा कोई आगे बनाता है या नहीं बनाता है, कितना मैं निकाल लूंगा, उसने अपनी मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन लगाई, एक गैंट चार्ट बनाया, 3 साल में प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट कर लूंगा, इतने पैसे मैं बाहर ले आऊंगा. अल्टीमेटली वो होता नहीं है. क्यों? कभी कंस्ट्रक्शन जाती है, कभी कुछ और आ जाता है, कभी कोई सैंड माफिया आ गया, कहीं कहीं पानी की कमी हो गई, कहीं कोई और प्रॉब्लम हो गई, कहीं पे सॉरी फॉर माय वर्ड्स बट ओखला बर्ड सेंचुरी आ गई. उन्होंने बोला जी भाई साहब पक्षी खत्म हो जाएंगे. ये नहीं पता कि ओखला बर्ड सेंचुरी यहाँ से 15 किलोमीटर दूर है, लेकिन बर्ड्स यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, यहाँ नहीं आ रहे हैं. तो somebody डिसाइडेड कि काम यहाँ पे रोक देना चाहिए. ठीक है, 3 साल तक लोग स्ट्रगल करते रहे. इतनी देर में वो वायबिलिटी जो पहले गैंट चार्ट बना था छुट्टी हो गई, वो हवा हो गया. अब वो गैंट चार्ट हवा हो गया, नेक्स्ट ईएमआई हवा हो गई नोएडा अथॉरिटी की, लोग लिम्बो में आ गए, सब फंस गए. सो समवेयर आई फील दैट एज अ प्रोसेस कहीं ना कहीं Surera is doing a wonderful job today, but it's a long, long, long way to go for Rera. हम लोग इंटरनली कंपनी में बैठते हैं और हम एक्चुअल वर्सेस जो हमारा प्लान है उसको हम डेली मॉनिटर करते हैं. Why can't Rera do that? Why can't Rera actually ask the developers for a Gantt chart की प्रोसेस दीजिए कि 3 साल में इसको बनाएंगे कैसे. 3 साल में बनाएंगे, एंड डेट दे दिया, लेकिन उसमें क्या करना है, किसने नहीं करना है, कोई मतलब नहीं है. इशू क्या आता है, मार्केट तेज हो गई, मार्केट में प्राइसेस बढ़ गए, कोई भी इन्वेस्टर वापस नहीं आता, कोई रेरा के पास नहीं जाता. बोलते यार मार्केट तेज हो गई, लेट्स डू दैट ट्रांजैक्शन. मैं तो इन्वेस्टर था, बाहर आता हूं इससे, मैं छुट्टी कर लेता हूं. I'm not bothered about whether the project is made, whether somebody is staying out there, not staying out there, doesn't make a difference to me. Whereas on the other side, मतलब honestly, जो एक genuine buyer है, he is lost. उसको नहीं पता कि project बन रहा है, नहीं बन रहा है. So a couple of things, you spoke about tech, tech बहुत जगह इस्तेमाल हो सकती है. मैं एक सिंपल सी चीज बोलता हूँ, आज से 10 साल पहले जब हम रियल एस्टेट बेचते थे ना, तो what used to happen was a very simple thing. हमें सिर्फ एक डिमांड भेजनी होती थी कस्टमर को कि नेक्स्ट आपकी डिमांड आ रही है ऑन द 27th फ्लोर. एग्जाम्पल की बात कर रहा हूँ सिर्फ, कि 27th फ्लोर पे आपने 10% और देना है. मुझे कस्टमर को कुछ भी और बताने की जरूरत नहीं होती थी कि क्या बन गया क्या नहीं बना, और कस्टमर भी 10 में से 8 बार ये ट्रस्ट कर लेता था कि डेवलपर अच्छा है, बना देता है, जब तक ये मार्केट अच्छी चल रही थी. Then we started sharing photographs of the development with the demand note कि भाई आप फोटोग्राफ देख लो, 27th फ्लोर एक्चुअली बना हुआ है. सो कस्टमर्स एक्चुअली यूज्ड टू काउंट, 1 2 3 4 27 तक काउंट करता था कि बन गया तो 10% दे देता हूं. Why can't we have a live feed to be given to the customers? क्या फर्क पड़ता है? क्या बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है इसके अंदर? I'm just asking these questions because as a developer, maybe these questions are very difficult for me to answer. But as an investor or as a consumer or as a buyer, maybe I need these, right? Somewhere I feel that RERA as such has, like you rightly said, RERA has become a government body. Why can't it have participation from private developers? कौन रोकता है? क्यों रोक रहे हैं? प्राइवेट डेवलपर्स को अंदर आने दो. आप आफ्टर ऑल आप उन्हीं को एक सर्टिफिकेशन दे रहे हो, आफ्टर ऑल उन्हीं को आप बता रहे हो. आज एक बड़ा ही कॉन्ट्ररी व्यू लेते हैं फिल्म सर्टिफिकेशन का. कौन देता है फिल्म सर्टिफिकेशन को? ए है, यू है, यूए है, कौन है? जो फिल्म फ्रेटर्निटी में लोग काम कर चुके हैं वही देते हैं ना. So why can't you involve developers to come into RERA and give you advice कि करना क्या चाहिए? Why don't you just invite them? वो अपनी तरफ से insights देंगे अच्छे. Maybe this is a question mark I'm raising. Vineet ji, you will possibly be, I can see a slight smile. कि ये पता नहीं क्यों अपनी कबर खुद खोद रहा है. But these are questions which come to my mind. Post sale आज की डेट में कुछ एक चीजें होने लगी हैं real estate में. Just for my understanding, just for your understanding, like Imar ने अभी एक project launch किया था. They sold out the entire project in a record time, about 10 days. Obviously, we all understand 10 days में नहीं होता कहीं भी sale. कि रेरा आया और 10 दिन में सेल हो गया. But for all good reasons, we'll take कि 10 दिन में सारा सेल हो गया. The allotment process was carried on by a knowledge partner and it was live streamed. So I think it is a welcome change which is happening post sale. Yeah. But pre-sale, is the inventory available to me online as a consumer? Maybe not. So why can't we make the inventory available for at least the government projects online first and foremost? We talk about auctions and bidding. मैं एक सिंपल सी बात बोलता हूँ, जो हमारे पास अपनी इन्वेंट्री है हम उसको भी ऑनलाइन नहीं डालते हैं, कोई भी नहीं डालता है. Right? So this is how we create the gap in the supply and the demand. As developers or as businessmen, this is what everybody does. So simple question marks है. I will not say क्या करना चाहिए क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, but मैं question mark इसमें जरूर raise करूंगा विनीत जी. So this is my point, but over to you again.
I am tempted to answer many of them, but I'll skip it for now. So, Nishit, you had a very controversial statement in your presentation. It said real estate has many wives. What are you trying to hint at? Yeah. So my question to you, Nishit, is, you mentioned about all these online transactions and all. Do you genuinely believe that you can have a purely online digital transaction for a real estate transaction, or do you think there will be a human break and a human element required in it? What's your genuine feel on it?
Real estate, all of real estate's wives are all the other industries because they're all kind of linked is what I was trying to say. I rushed through that one. I think that I was trying to touch upon the fact that there are not everything can happen online. That's very clear. And I think people talk about opacity and people talk about information asymmetry, and I think the point raised was very accurate that that is a strategic call, that some things are not supposed to be disclosed from a commercial perspective. So as long as the technology is mimicking real behavior, I think everything can be solved. But at the end of the day, I think we all realize technology can only enable, it cannot replace. So yeah, a very short answer to that is that I think everything can happen online, but I think it's a little utopian vision because if people don't want to invest so much in that kind of technology because there aren't that many transactions. Unless the technology platform is going to start eating into the transaction costs of the other service providers, which will actually lead to a lot of other pushback. So it's going to be a little challenging, but I think it's possible theoretically.
Thank you. Sarkar Saab, my question to you, and I'm sure this maybe would have been addressed in the earlier sessions. So since you're coming out with this product and your portal, so when is that day if I were to buy from your auction portal, let's say a real estate, will it be like certified by MSTC that tomorrow if there is a legal issue, will you be responsible? Are you going to certify that nothing will go wrong on that?
Yeah, I think you have missed the second session when the debate was going on for the pre-checkup of these properties. Our director commercial addressed this issue. Yes, for the government properties, we take it as a value-based thing. Like it is already certified and everything is okay. Government properties and bank confiscated property. But in case of private properties, we generally rely right on maximum disclosures. But as a e-commerce service provider, we cannot wholly and fully right now. We do not have that much of mechanism. In fact, right now that I just now addressed in my in my address also, this digitization of the records, land records and etc. If there is a land parcel and the due diligence process is so cumbersome in some cases. So fully 100% certification right now, like DBS Diamond, etc., C3 certification is not possible so far right now, as of now. I will not say what will happen in future. As of now, it is of course not possible 100% certification of any private property. So for government property is concerned, of course, government is giving that much of assurance, and it is there and it is happening hassle free because we have sold the properties for banks and governments, and with couple of cases that to a very few a very minuscule, which is not even a percentage litigation, it has gone hassle free. That's my yeah.
Good. I think that's pretty encouraging that the issue rate is pretty low. So I think we've had a good session, and what has really emerged is yes, the regulations are there. RERA, if I may just add, is just a quasi-judicial body, and I think the purpose was just to define the rules of the game. Pre-RERA, there were no rules. So at least now there are rules of the game. I think the Amitabh Kant-led committee has further now tweaked the rules, bearing in mind the whole, the learning process. And the way I look at it, it is a learning process. It's going to iterate itself into a more robust mechanism, which will lead to further tweaking and minimize all these delivery issues or other non-compliances which we've seen in the past. So I think the future is bright. It's all happening. Yes, all of us do wish that things happen at a much faster pace, but I think working, I mean, all of us are Indians, all of us seem to be have spent enough experience. Things do take time. Democracies are not built like you can change everything overnight. So it will take time, but I think the good thing is we are on the right track. Things are happening. Old legacy issues, they are fading out and they will fade out. Another 5 years, probably you won't find any, hopefully. So I think we are all on the right track. On that note, I think we wish all the best to MSTC for their platform. And if there are any questions to any of the esteemed panelists, we'll be happy to address them. Looks like nobody has a question. Any panelist, you want to add anything? Anything you want to say? Okay, yes, please.
Hi, I have a question to Vipin. So Vipin, I think past 6 months, EDA has come up with the plots. I think they have come up. So considering the response which you have witnessed, so next round of auction when we are expecting?
We will have an auction very soon, but when it comes to industries, you are asking from the perspective of the residential plots or industry?
It's a residential.
Okay, so residential we will come soon, but it will take some time. All the land that we had, we already exhausted. So now the new acquisition, we are getting it done, and we will come out with it soon.
Because now I think Jaywar is coming to reality,
Yeah.
so demand is coming.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Vipin.
I think there was this big news about the medical thing also, $32 billion medical.
Medical device park.
Yeah, maybe you can tell us about it because that's the big news today.
Yeah. So it is taking shape in a very, very futuristic manner, and we got the good addresses there, so we can hope for the best. And anyway, uh, we have the backing of the government of India, this particular park, and the kind of addresses that we have got. In fact, even the startups that we have got, and they are very scintillating in their own field. So we are very hopeful of that.
Great, sir. Any more questions? Yes, please.
A lot of problem is India is land acquisition and this ownership of the land to identify the proper owner of the land. So there is two Government of India projects. I just want to know whether anybody has an idea what is the status of these projects. One is I know there is a project called Bhu Naksha, where you can directly see the actually who is the owner of the land through the map. Another is this Bhu Aadhar, And if anybody can tell us what is the status of the Bhu Aadhaar, and then what happens is that if you get a Bhu Aadhaar of every land, every identified land, we can integrate that with our portals, and people who come to purchase the land, they can actually check the Bhu Aadhaar number, and just like individual, we take that Aadhaar as identification. So we can have that land as identification, and it will be authenticity of the land and the ownership of the land.
Okay. इस बारे में I was just talking to Kunal regarding the same thing. You know, when it comes to adoption of technology, probably in this field, government went very ahead in comparison to real estate developers. When it comes to Bhunaksha, most of the states, in fact, every state already completed this project. It is known by the different names in different states. And even right now, I am from a village in Madhya Pradesh, and I can see my own field online in open source. So that has been already done. The second thing is adding layers to it. You know, you have something online, then you have to you have to add layers. So now the GIS layers are getting added everywhere. This is the second thing. And when it comes to Bhu Aadhaar, some of the states have already done it. Like Andhra, they came out with a land passport scheme. So in the previous regime, I don't know when, in 2014 or so, they actually integrated everything with this thing. Like I'm from UP, so I can assure we are coming out with both the things. We have a Bhu Aadhaar scheme and also a family ID. So in fact, not only the land, the data of the family will also be integrated in a very, very encrypted form. It will not be like with all the firewalls and all the security, but still with that thing, a perfect mirroring of the land will be there. We have right now integrated the land revenue records with the registration records. So now the mirroring is happening in sort of automatic manner. There is a thing called mutation, changing the name. आपका नाम है, आपने खरीदा तो जिसको आपने बेचा है उसका नाम आ जाएगा. So it's a judicial procedure. There's a notice period for everything. So this process itself has been automated a lot of extent. Now the mutations are happening in the notice period's time in 30 days. So in that sense, I will say government in general have done a lot for the mirroring of the land records. जो मैं चाहता हूं या मैं कहना चाह रहा था कि we are also expecting that the same mirroring of the inventories and the viabilities will also happen with the real estate developers.
Thank you, sir. I'll just add, I think एक issue और है real estate developers में attitude issue भी बहुत है. जैसे I have tried telling my team कि ये records देख लो यूपी के क्या issue है. नहीं नहीं सर ये सब कैसे rely करेंगे, lawyer तो रखना ही पड़ेगा, कोर्ट में तो जाना ही पड़ेगा, अड़ोसी पड़ोसी से बातचीत कर लेते हैं. You know, there is still that whole resistance because people are used to working in a certain way and the adaptability of किसी को बोलो कि आप रिकॉर्ड ऑनलाइन चेक कर सकते हो, कैसी बातें कर रहे हो, नहीं हम नहीं मानते, हम पहले करेंगे.
So what Kunal was saying and then Nishit was further elaborating that this sector itself is based on information asymmetry. By education I'm a doctor, by the way. तो हमारा प्रोफेशन और ये प्रोफेशन, ये दोनों इंफॉर्मेशन एसिमेट्री पे चलते हैं, एंड दैट इंफॉर्मेशन एसिमेट्री लीड्स टू दिस काइंड ऑफ एटीट्यूड.
बिल्कुल.
थैंक यू.
Any more questions, please? So I think it's been a good session. Thank you so much. And thanks a lot to all the esteemed panelists. It's been a great session. And any more question, any one of you have, please feel free to connect out of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our esteemed panelists. And of course, our moderator, Mr. Vineet Relia, founder, CEO, and MD, Urban Brick Development Management. And with that, I'm now going to request Mr. Shubhrato Sarkar, Director Finance, MSTC, to please help us thank our esteemed panelists, sir. So let's have the mementos on stage. May I request you, sir, to start with Mr. A. Bipin Menon, ITS, Development Commissioner, Noida Special Economic Zone. Let's thank him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the applause. Thank you, sir. May I now request you, sir, to present to Mr. Vipin Kumar Jain, IAS, Additional CEO, Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority. Let's have a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. To our moderator, Mr. Vineet Relia, founder, CEO, and MD, Urban Brick Development Management Private Limited. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Relia, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. We're also navigating this wonderful session and keeping it engaging. I'd also request you, sir, to present the next one to Mr. Manpreet Singh, Vice President, DLF Limited. Let's have a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you, sir, to present the next one to Mr. Nishit Dave, Founding Director, the Decode Group. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Nishit Dave? I'd also request you, sir, to present to Mr. Kunal Behrani, Chief Operating Officer, Unity Group. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Kunal Behrani? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to request our moderator for I have one more request, sir, which is to present a token, a memento to Mr. Subrata Sarkar, Director Finance, MSTC. And the group photographer is going to need a group photo opportunity. That was our power pack panel, ladies and gentlemen, taking us through some very enlightening and insightful, engaging insights. And with that, I have a very pleasant duty to render the word of thanks to all of you. So on behalf of CII and MSTC, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants at this conference on real estate synergy, unveiling opportunities through e-commerce. First, I'd like to thank our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Nagendra Nath Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, he inaugurated this conference and also delivered a very visionary inaugural address. We also thank Mr. Surinder Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director, MSTC. A big round of applause as we thank him. Thank you very much, sir, for your guidance, your leadership. And I'd like to thank at this juncture the esteemed dignitaries who were part of the inaugural session, Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, Chairman CII, Delhi Subcommittee on Infrastructure, Real Estate and Urban Development and co-founder Unity Group, Mr. Arun Kumar Srivastava, Member Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority, and Mr. Babu Khan, Principal Advisor, Confederation of Indian Industry. I also thank all the directors of MSTC, the senior management of MSTC. Let me also take a moment to thank Srimati Bhanu Kumar, Director Commercial, MSTC. Let's hear it for her. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am. And can we also thank once again Mr. Subrata Sarkar, Director Finance, MSTC. And of course, all the senior management of MSTC, thank you. Senior colleagues from CII, thank you very much. Our esteemed speakers who have created a lot of impact at this conference. And of course, all of you, the distinguished delegates who very proactively participated in today's conference. And I'm very confident that there were lots of takeaways and valuable insights for participants to reflect and act upon. Thank you for your participation and contributing to the success of this conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being such an integral part of this conference once again. Now, it is my polite duty to apprise you that tea coffee will be served in this room itself now, providing an opportunity for all of us to interact further. Should any participants wish to meet any of the MSTC management members, please reach out to CI or the management team of MSTC. They're here as well, but you can reach out to CI as well, who will help coordinate these meetings. So on behalf of MSTC and CI, once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aishwarya Singh. It was a pleasure hosting this conference. Thank you very much.